Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established amongst us for all generations.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, can I just take this opportunity to announce that we have some very esteemed visitors in the public gallery, the Sherwood, members of the Sherwood Park community of the constituency of Aruka Lopino and Councillor Shakila Clark, Easter Camp. I should also like to announce that I've received communication requesting leave of absence from the following members: Mr. Stuart Young, Senior Counsel, Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, and Mr. Kareem Marcel, Member for Laventille West. The leave which the members seek is hereby granted.
Bills brought from the Senate. The Probation of Offenders Amendment Bill 2026 in the name of the Minister of Justice. Petitions, papers.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. 1. The consolidated audited financial statements of the National Flour Mills Limited and its subsidiary for the year ended December 31st, 2024. 2. The annual audited financial statements of the National Enterprises Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2025. 3. The annual audited financial statements of the National Payment and Innovation Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2025. 4. The annual audited financial statements of the National Information and Communication Technology Company Limited, IGovTT, for the financial year ended September 30th, 2025. 5. The consolidated audited financial statements of Evolving Technologies and Enterprise Development Company Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2023. And 6. The annual report and report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that papers 1 to 5 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee and paper 6 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that papers 1 to 5 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee and paper 6 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to lay the following paper as listed on the order paper in the name of the Attorney General. The Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Declaration of Treaty Order 2026.
Committees, Prime Minister's questions, urgent questions.
Member for Arima.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Health. Given the protest action planned for today by nurses, what is the government's plan to alleviate the current health crisis, which is in its third week?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the population that there is no health crisis in our country at this time. Mr. Speaker, under this government, the healthcare system continues to provide services to thousands of patients on a daily basis. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of our healthcare workers at the RHAs and the Ministry of Health who continue to work diligently on a daily basis to serve the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Member for Diego Martin, Northeast.
Supplemental. Mr. Speaker, in view of the fact that nurses are currently marching along Independence Square with police blocking off a series of roads in Port of Spain, hundreds of nurses, this is why I'm late. How can the minister say with hundreds of nurses marching on Independence Square, police blocking the roads, that there's no crisis?
I don't think it's a question. I think that's just a challenge to the answer given. The minister said there's no... Yes, but asking the minister, if he said there's no crisis, asking him, how can he say that? I think it's just counterproductive. I don't think it's an admissible question. Second supplementary, if there is one.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Second supplemental. In view of the fact that hundreds of nurses are not at work but are marching on Independence Square, what is the minister's definition of a health crisis?
All right. The preamble to the question is inadmissible, but the substance of the question, Minister, what is your definition of a health crisis?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my definition of a health crisis, but my definition is what transpired as healthcare for the 10 years under the last government.
Member for Arima, second urgent question.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, in the light of the recent reports regarding significant funding shortfalls affecting the Point Fortin Borough Corporation celebrations, can the Minister indicate whether the Ministry has undertaken any immediate action to address this situation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, in spite of what those on the other side would want the public to believe, Point Fortin Borough Day celebrations is on.
All right.
We are working with private sponsors together with the Point Fortin community and Point Fortin. All our budget days, Borough Day celebrations are on. The Ministry of Culture, via the Best Village Office, is collaborating to deal with some of the events on the borough calendar. And of course, members of the public from throughout Trinidad are free to come to Point Fortin, to go to Point Fortin. As a matter of fact, as we speak, the Member of Parliament for Point Fortin, MP Kiza, is on his way from a launch in Point Fortin. There will be an official meeting between the Mayor and the Member of Parliament for Point Fortin to be held tomorrow, Saturday, at 9:30 a.m. because they have an entire calendar of events, which time would not permit me to call out today, that they will be collaborating on as they go forward.
Member for Aruca-Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, supplemental question. Minister, can you indicate whether the Ministry has provided funding to the Point Fortin Borough Corporation for the hosting of Borough Day activities in the constituency of Point Fortin?
Mr. Speaker, that is not how it works. The Point Fortin Borough, and in fact any municipality, they get an allocation in the annual budget. The money under various heads is approved by council for funding different items. The Ministry of Local Government does not directly fund any event in the municipality.
Member for Rima.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister advise whether an official request was made to her from the Borough Corporation for funding?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the only request I have from as a matter of fact, on Wednesday, I had a meeting, a planning and strategy meeting with all 14 municipalities, in which every one of them had the opportunity to identify specific areas that they had requests for. The only request for Point Fortin Borough that they made at that meeting was to meet a shortfall for pensions and gratuities because of short allocations under the previous government, and a pile-up of electricity bills, because Point Fortin Borough did not pay T&Tech for any bills for the past 3 years. And therefore, I am working with them to manage that, as with several other corporations who are in millions of dollars of debt, to ensure that despite the shortfall in allocations under the previous administration, we are doing serious debt management so that they must focus on priority areas to deliver to the people and treat with the issues that corporations are legally responsible for in terms of priority.
Statements by ministers.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel very privileged and very happy today to stand here to make a very important announcement which should ring out very loud to every citizen of our beloved country. The NGC, the National Gas Company, is one of the crown jewels of our country. It is the most important of our state enterprises and the foundation of our economic survival and development. I have been provided with a copy of the unaudited financial statements of the National Gas Company of Trinidad for the year ended, calendar year ended 2025. And so it is a great sense of pride and a sense of accomplishment that I announce today that the National Gas Company has reported a profit after tax for the year ended 31st December 2025 of $3.285 billion. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat that figure, $3.285 billion in profit. This is the highest profit recorded by the NGC group of companies in 11 years. The highest profit, as I say, recorded by NGC in 11 years. This is double the profit of the previous year. What they could not have done in 10 years, we have done in 10 months. Let us pause for a moment, Mr. Speaker, and reflect on what this means. $3.285 billion is not just a number. This is a clear demonstration of the enormous potential of Trinidad and Tobago when our national assets are properly managed, strategically guided, and allowed to operate with a transformational vision. NGC plays a central role in Trinidad and Tobago's economic development. It is critical to government revenues, foreign exchange earnings, downstream industry development, job creation, and overall economic stability. When the NGC performs well, Trinidad and Tobago performs very well. As we acknowledge this record performance, we must also reflect on what transpired before 2025 and how the assets which belong to the people of this country were managed and mismanaged over the past 10 years. Over the past decade, under the PNM administration, NGC recorded losses in 2 out of the last 5 years. On that side, when they governed, the NGC recorded an after-tax loss of $2.1 billion for the year ended 31st December 2020. And again in 2023, the NGC reported an after-tax loss of $1.3 billion. Their record is one of incompetence, failure, and mismanagement. This is a record of former Prime Minister Keith Rowley and former Prime Minister Keith Rowley and former Prime Minister Stuart Young. Incompetence and destruction of most of our state boards. The results I'm announcing today are the reason why those on the other side should never be allowed to put their hands on the assets of our country ever again. Our national gas company should never be allowed to deteriorate such inconsistent performance, uncertainty, and volatility caused by poor strategic decision-making and lack of prudent leadership. Under the former government, we saw a government that lacked a coherent vision for the energy sector and lacked the transformational leadership required to maximize the value of the national resources. They were interested in flying around, dancing in conga lines, and taking pictures, while the big companies, the multinationals, were laughing at them as they gave away our country's resources. The people of TNT deserve better. The people of TNT have chosen better. They deserve leadership which recognizes the strategic importance of NGC. And so they deserve leadership that will foster innovation and growth. We would have seen that the World Bank recently announced that Trinidad and Tobago on a trajectory for growth in 26 and with a greater up in growth in 2027. These are some of the areas, these are some of the things which is giving us that growth path as we go into the future. And so, Mr. Speaker, my announcement today is a reward to the people of this country who decided on April 28, 2025, that they wanted proper leadership. It is a reward for all those who chose success over failure, who chose good governance over incompetence, who chose a party with a track record of looking after the needs of every citizen of our beloved country. This record profit reflects not only improved market conditions, it also reflects a new approach, a transformational approach to governance, which had been put in place under our administration. It demonstrates what can be achieved through hard work, dedication, and sacrifice. These results reflect strategic thinking, innovation, efficiency, and a new way of doing business. Mr. Speaker, despite the noise, the figures speak for themselves. Facts are stubborn things. I always remember a young MP on the other side in a previous parliament, MP Hospitalis. She had introduced that line in the parliament. Facts are stubborn things. They don't go away. The results are clear, measurable, and undeniable, and stand as a strong endorsement of the direction and approach adopted by the current board to the monetization of our hydrocarbons. I take this opportunity to congratulate the Minister of Energy, the Chairman of the NGC board, Mr. Jeremie, and the entire board of the National Gas Company. The new approach augurs well for the NGC group and for our company. This is a bold, forward-thinking leadership now managing assets of our country. And leadership, we know, must understand that our energy sector must evolve, must diversify, must compete globally in order to ensure that TNT resumes its place as the energy capital of the Caribbean and Latin America. The government I lead believes in protecting national assets, strengthening governance, and delivering results. We believe in doing business and bold economic policies to create sustainable growth and opportunity. This record performance by the NGC is a reminder of what is possible when the right people are put in the right places. It is a reminder that TNT has the resources, TNT has the talent and the potential to be a global leader. This also serves as a reminder that with the right leadership, we can bring prosperity, success, and wealth throughout our land. The UNC remains committed to ensuring that NGC continues to thrive, continues to grow, continues to play its pivotal role in building a stronger, more prosperous TNT. We told you, Mr. Speaker, and I repeat, when the UNC wins, NGC wins. And when NGC wins, all of Trinidad will win. Thank you very much.
Pursuant to the standing orders, one question is permitted for elucidation. Member for Rima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Prime Minister, is it not that this record performance of which you speak today is not really attributable to the restructuring of the Atlantic LNG starting under the People's National Movement in 2023? December of 2023, to be exact. In particular...
Member, one question is permitted, not a contrary speech. Yes, but I think it's an unnecessarily and unduly long preamble. Can we just get to the question? It's not, you see, it's a question. It's not a speech. You're not permitted a speech. Whilst I accept a foundational preamble may be necessary, it can't be a protracted preamble. So just simply ask a question, please. The standing orders permit one question for elucidation.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that the record performance of which you speak is as a result of the restructuring of the Atlantic LNG under the People's National Movement?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I can confirm is that there are no P&M brothers with billion-dollar interests interfering in the operations of the NGC for gain. What I can confirm is that a company that your government, your previous government, drove into the ground in an effort to make the rich richer while poor people suffered, that will not happen under my watch. And the answer to your question, no, it is not because of anything you did in the 10 years you were there. Thank you.
For the purposes of the public, can I remind members what Standing Order 24.4 says, that one question may be permitted. The question must not exceed 15 seconds in length and must be asked without argument or opinion and shall not address more than one matter of general government policy. So I understand that there's a second statement to be made. Insofar as the one permissible question for elucidation is concerned, I'll ask members to please pay adherence to Standing Order. The relevant Standing Order, I think it is 24-4. Please remind yourselves of it. Thank you. Honorable Prime Minister.
Minister, Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, again, I'm very happy to make this announcement today on the declaration of a special interim dividend of TT $1.54.8 million into the economy of Trinidad and Tobago, a TT-NGL dividend. In my first term as Prime Minister, my government made the decision to offer the public an opportunity to make an investment in one of the most strategic companies in our energy sector. We did this by way of an IPO, whereby citizens were allowed to purchase shares in Trinidad and Tobago NGL Limited. That's one of our first term. We offered the public the opportunity to invest by way of an IPO in TT-NGL, and that sector of Phoenix Park Gas Processors Limited. Trinidad and Tobago NGL Limited is a holding company that holds 39% of the shares of Phoenix Park Gas Processors Limited. TT-NGL is owned 75% by the public and 25% by the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited. Citizens of our country invested their savings, their retirement benefits, their future in this company. Institutional shareholders invested funds of their investors with expectation of maximum returns. At the time of the, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Under the last administration, the share price collapsed from $30.50 per share to $2.40 per share. The share price collapsed under their watch from $30.50 to $2.40 per share. Under the PNM watch, the TT-NLG shareholders lost 89% of the value of their investment. 89% of the value of their investment. The expectation of these innocent shareholders and institutional investors were disappointed. Under the PNM's administration and mismanagement of the company, the investment of the about 11,500 shareholders crumbled and was eroded to the point of almost nothing. That is their record of abject failure, incompetence, and mismanagement. Since my government came into office, a new board of TT-NGL was appointed. Steps were taken to secure the investment of the shareholders, these over 11,000 shareholders. During the short time that the new board has been appointed, the market has reflected confidence in the new leadership of TT-NGL because of their skill, qualifications, and experience, coupled with decisions that they have made. The share price has increased by more than 300%. Repeat that, Mr. Speaker. Finally, single page. The share price has increased, I repeat, by 300%. What does this percentage mean in terms of real numbers, Mr. Speaker? It means an increase in value to shareholders of almost $1 billion in TT-NGL. To the shareholders, $1 billion. Under the former PNM government, as I said, 89% decrease. We are talking now about a 300% increase. I'm very pleased to announce, Mr. Speaker, that this windfall or this gain, this benefit will accrue to the shareholders of TT-NGL. On the 9th of April 2026, the Board of Directors of TT-NGL Limited declared a special dividend of $1 per share to be paid to shareholders on the 13th May 2026. This marks the first dividend payment by TTNGL in almost 4 years, and is a deliberate effort by the current board to deliver long-awaited returns to over 11,500 shareholders. So 11,500 shareholders will benefit from this dividend. And this is the first dividend payment by TTNGL, as I said before, in almost 4 years. The dividend distribution will result in a direct injection, as I said, of $154.8 million into the national economy. The mandate of the current board was to make every effort to provide relief to the 11,500 shareholders, and today they have delivered. They have achieved what the previous government and board refused to do. The declaration of this dividend is a reflection in the different approach between what transpired before and what is in place now. Previously, they inflicted pain on these shareholders. We are now bringing relief. They ignore the cries of shareholders, but we listen and we have acted. And let me tell you this, the shareholders of TTNGL will be given the option, very important option, to receive their dividends in United States dollars. That is the policy of the company, and we will abide by the policy of the company. The former finance minister failed and refused to abide by that policy. The former finance minister, and then his successor, also failed to abide with these policy guidelines. The shareholders invested in a company that does business in United States dollars. They invested in a company and expected a return on the investment to be in United States dollars. Today, we will fulfill what the mandate was. That expectation will be realized. The declaration of this dividend represents the new approach of my government to the management of our country's assets. Those assets belong to the people of our country. Among the institutions that will benefit, so these are governmental institutions, will be National Enterprises Limited, National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, National Insurance Board, the Unit Trust Corporation, and Republic Bank. But in addition to these, another 11,000 shareholders will benefit from this dividend that will be paid off. They on that side, they keep asking who is winning. We tell you when the UNC wins, everybody will feel and experience the results of a government that serves its people, cares about them, cares about their needs and expectations. The people of our country can be assured that assets that belong to them are now being managed in a manner to bring the greatest returns to our country and our citizens. The facts speak for themselves. And these two matters I've announced today, Mr. Speaker, is the boost that we are seeing in the energy sector. As we know, that is where we have our greatest competitive advantage in the energy sector. Whilst we try to do other things for the economy to grow, this is the crown jewel, these are the crown jewels in the energy sector. And we are marrying that together, Mr. Speaker, as I announced recently, with a mission to visit Venezuela to further our interests in terms of cross-border gas and oil. So the energy sector looks really good. I want to thank the Minister of Energy, the Cabinet, and the Chairman, Jeremie, and the Board of both NGC and TTNGL. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Auction of bills, the Administration of Justice, the Deoxyribonucleic Acid Amendment Bill 2026 in the name of the Attorney General. 2, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026 in the name of the Attorney General. 3, the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Bill 2026 in the name of the Attorney General. 4, the Public Health Amendment Bill 2026 in the name of the Attorney General. Public Business, Government Business Bill, second reading.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Immigration Advanced Passenger Information Act to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from, and transiting through Trinidad and Tobago, and to operationalize the CARICOM Advanced Passenger Information System and other related matters be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to stand here before this Honourable House to treat with this extremely important piece of legislation that essentially has been peddled throughout the Caribbean region for quite some time, and for whatever reason has not engaged this Honourable House's attention for it to be tabled and passed. But just as the Prime Minister indicated in her statement to the House, a UNC administration would ensure that legislation that we see to be fit, to be proper, to be reasonable, to be transparent, and definitely fit for purpose will come before this House, and by the political will contained therein, will be passed. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying it is my distinct honor to present to this Honourable House the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026. This bill seeks to establish a comprehensive framework for the collection, processing, sharing, and storage of advanced passenger information and passenger name records for individuals traveling to or through Trinidad and Tobago by air or sea, and to implement the CARICOM Advanced Passenger Information System. Mr. Speaker, global travel has become an integral aspect of modern life, with individuals moving across borders for work, business, and leisure. However, it is an unfortunate reality that travel can also be exploited for nefarious purposes. The international community has responded by developing systems to facilitate legitimate travel while intercepting individuals involved in criminal activity. Within the Caribbean community, we have witnessed increased movement among nationals enabled by the free movement regime, an essential pillar of the CARICOM single market economy, enshrined in Article 45 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. This regime grants nationals of member states the right to move freely through the region to work or pursue business opportunities without the need for a work permit. It is against this backdrop that the bill assumes critical importance, as it seeks to balance the benefits of open borders with the imperative of effective security. The use of advanced passenger information and passenger name records provides essential pre-screening measures at our borders, enabling authorities to identify high-risk individuals before arrival or departure. API as it is known, or PNR as it is known, those systems provide for pre-screening border measures with respect to high-risk individuals. These particular systems at the border allow border officials to be able to coordinate intelligence on individuals involved in criminal activity such as human trafficking, narcotics, smuggling, organized crime, and terrorism. Mr. Speaker, central to the management framework for regional security is the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, IMPACS. As an institution of CARICOM, IMPACS is tasked with the primary responsibility for the implementation of the regional crime and security agenda, reporting directly to the Council of Members, which is responsible for national security and law enforcement. CARICOM IMPACS is an institution of CARICOM. It includes its sub-agencies, the Joint Regional Communication Center, and the Regional Intelligence Fusion Center. This bill will be instrumental in facilitating the streamlined transmission and analysis of API and PNR data across all participating CARICOM member states through the Joint Regional Communication Center. The JRCC will be responsible for gathering, analyzing, disseminating API data in a timely, consistent manner, allowing for pre-screening of travelers, ensuring compliance by all aviation and maritime vessels, and conducting security vetting of visa applicants. Currently, 19 countries, all CARICOM member states, and 4 out of the 6 associate members participate in the CARICOM APIS program. Regional and international aircraft and vessels are required to submit API prior to arrival in and departure from any of the member states. It should also be equally noted that the region successfully utilizes a single window concept to collect API data, which allows the member states to receive the data at the same time. This concept has to be lauded by the International Air Transport Association, IATA. Mr. Speaker, to put some of this into context before I move on to the more pertinent parts of the bill, especially with respect to time, I would want Trinidad and Tobago to understand essentially why we were rushed to bring this particular piece of legislation to Parliament. You see, Mr. Speaker, there have been several persons in the public domain asking this administration what we were going to do about the implementation of the UK visa. Several persons were asking us what was our plan, what was the solution. And most of those persons, interestingly enough, I suspect would have had ties to the current opposition, because none of them ever came to the government to say, well, what was the reason in the first place for the UK to implement the visa system in Trinidad and Tobago? Why was there the need for a country who did not have such an implementation for decades to have one implemented, most recently under the last PNM administration? Prior to the imposition of a visa requirement, the UK introduced a requirement for Trinidad and Tobago nationals to obtain an electronic travel authorization, ETA, for travel to the UK for short stays with effect from January 8, 2025. Subsequently, UK authorities indicated that the decision to introduce a visa requirement was based on a significant increase in Trinidad and Tobago nationals applying for asylum in the UK. The first instance in which the trend regarding the asylum claims was raised was back in and around November of 2024. November of 2024. Might I remind this country, there was one administration in power at that time. Subsequently, on January 15, 2025, during a meeting between CARICOM impacts, having had no formal response from the administration then in November of 2024, on this very pertinent and important issue raised by one of our most senior partners in the Northern Hemisphere. There was a meeting held on January 15, 2025 between CARICOM Impacts, the UK Home Office, and the UK's National Crime Agency. At that meeting, the UK Home Office indicated that there was a dramatic increase in Trinidad and Tobago nationals applying for asylum, from an average of 15 to 20 persons per month. I repeat, from an average of 15 to 20 persons per month to 40 to 59 persons within the last few months of 2024. Concern was also expressed regarding the entry of gang members or individuals with criminal backgrounds from Trinidad and Tobago into the UK. The UK authorities therefore advised of the likely imposition of a visa regime in early 2025 if no action, I repeat, if no action had been adopted by the then PNM administration. Subsequently, again, in an attempt to have good diplomatic relations with Trinidad and Tobago, The UK would have had meetings with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as he then was, Senator Amy Brown, with His Excellency John Dean on January 20th, 2025, and again on February 10th, 2025, and again in March 14, 2025. The High Commissioner of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, as he then was, Senator Dan Paul, had a meeting with the UK Home Office on the 27th of January 2025. Senator Dan Paul. He sits in the Senate. PNM Senator, Senator Dan Paul. Vishnu Dan Paul. They had a meeting with the former acting Minister of Foreign Affairs. I suspect they could not find Senator Brown. They had a meeting with Ms. Paula Gopi-Skoon on the 10th of March 2025. And then they also had a meeting with the former Prime Minister, I should say, of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Stuart Young, who was also acting as Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs on March 11th, 2025. They had their very final meeting with the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, High Commissioner Dean, and Mr. Scott Wood from the Americas Division and the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office on March 17th. Thereafter, the decision was adopted by the UK government to implement the visa system in Trinidad and Tobago for Trinidad and Tobago's, the then government's lack of taking the issues raised by the United Kingdom seriously. What were these concerns that were raised by the UK government that Trinidad and Tobago, the PNM administration, could not deal with comprehensively, along with many other things that they have failed to do? The UK expressed the following concerns. The British Home Office had noticed a spike in the number of Trinidad and Tobago asylum seekers from 240 to 350 per year. And in December 2024 alone, over 100 Trinbagonian nationals had applied for asylum. They raised this issue with the government, the PNM administration. Nothing was done. The asylum claims seem to be opportunistic in nature, and most claims were not legitimate and therefore denied. Trinidad and Tobago nationals were making asylum claims upon arrival at the airport, which represented a misuse and abuse of the UK immigration system. There was a significant impact on the frontline operations, in particular the Gatwick Airport. The authorities were required to move resources from other areas in order to treat with the asylum claims being submitted at Gatwick International Airport. That there was a high cost associated with each asylum claim, whether approved or denied. The UK government was forced to spend, on average, £65,000 per claim. £65,000 per claim. And these were the issues that they put to the last PNM administration. Once an upward trend in asylum claims was established, and that there were no efforts by the previous administration to curb those claims, the UK had no choice but to implement the visa system in Trinidad and Tobago. So in short, in terms of everyone who has been asking about this situation, the perpetrators of the visa implementation in Trinidad and Tobago sit right across from us here today. But fear not, as the Prime Minister always say, the UNC is here. And since coming into administration, immediately
Mr. Speaker,
on May the 7th.
Point of order, 48.6.
Imputation of an improper motive. Well, it might be a little linguistically licentious, but I don't think it offends the standing order. Overruled.
Right, I lost my train of thought. As I said previously, Mr. Speaker, for all and sundry who may be out there asking questions as to why the visa implementation was put on Trinidad and Tobago, the perpetrators of such an action sit across from us here this afternoon. I am reliably informed in more ways than one. Since coming into office, this administration, on May the 7th, 2025, formed a team that consisted of myself, the Minister of Homeland Security, and the Minister of Defense, who met with High Commissioner Dean to find out what the background for this entire situation was. And coming out of that very first meeting, these are the proposals Trinidad and Tobago indicated to the UK. The possibility of Trinidad and Tobago nationals who have valid US visas being exempted from the requirement to obtain a UK visa for travel to the United Kingdom, the strengthening of existing and an adoption of new screening and other mechanisms for Trinidad and Tobago nationals who have convictions on scheduled or non-scheduled offences seeking to travel to the UK, and other measures which may be deemed pertinent to the resolution of the concerns of the UK. Coming out of that meeting, given the observations cited, a note verbal dated June 4, 2025 was dispatched by the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, which requested through the British High Commission in Port of Spain the scheduling of a meeting with the UK Home Office and any other relevant British authorities to discuss measures to address the issue of the misuse of the UK asylum system by Trinbagonian nationals, and a review of the visa decision within the specified 6-month time frame. The UK responded on July 3, 2025, and a team from the Home Office met with Trinidad and Tobago virtually, which consisted of Mr. John Brocklehurst, Mr. Eric Liu, Mr. Hywell Thomas, and Ms. Sakina MacPhail. Pursuant to those discussions, we provided and prepared a note that was sent to Cabinet, and Cabinet decided by Cabinet Minute number 242 of June 26, 2025, that an interministerial team be comprised to treat with this particular issue. Our efforts did not stop there, Mr. Speaker, as a further follow-up meeting took place in November 2025 with Mr. Brocklehurst to track the progress of Trinidad and Tobago with respect to the initiatives that we put forward to the UK Home Office, and another meeting occurred between my good self and Mr. Mike Tapp on the 11th of March of this year, who is the Minister in the Home Office in charge with responsibilities for immigration. So the UNC administration has been consistently working, Mr. Speaker, to have this situation with respect to the visa imposition overturned. Which brings us to the bill before us at hand. One of the most important things coming out of that conversation with the UK officials was why a country so rich and diverse like Trinidad and Tobago had not implemented the APIS legislation. That the APIS legislation was a piece of legislation that was in most of the other Caribbean countries. It was tied well into CARICOM impacts, which allows for international organizations, instead of reaching out to individual countries to find out who are the bad apples, who may be the persons that may very well be coming to those countries as economic migrants, to liaise with CARICOM impacts, get certain information on them, and make decisions whether or not those persons should enter their countries. They questioned why that had not been done. If this was something that was passed and most countries within the Caribbean adopted it in 2024, why Trinidad and Tobago was dragging their feet? The legislation didn't have to be created by Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, I will read into the Hansard that it was legislation that was created collectively by an arm of CARICOM. So it was simply just a copy and paste. But that demonstrates the political laziness of the individuals on the other side. This legislation establishes a modern intelligence-driven system for the collection, processing, and sharing of advanced passenger information and passenger name record data, commonly referred to as API, in respect of all persons traveling to, from, and through Trinidad. At its core, the bill transforms how we secure our borders. It establishes a complete end-to-end passenger data security system from collection to analysis to both regional and international sharing, which is extremely important, anchored in law, technology, and cooperation. Mr. Speaker, a central feature of this bill is the designation of a competent authority which is responsible for the overall implementation and operation of the system. The competent authority in this case will be the Chief Immigration Officer. The bill expressly provides that the Chief Immigration Officer be designated as the competent authority with responsibility for administering and enforcing the Act. Under Clause 5, the competent authority is mandated inter alia to implement the provisions of the Act, to establish systems for the collection, transmission, storage, and processing of API and PNR data, and coordinate with national, regional, and international partners, including IMPACTS and Interpol. Mr. Speaker, the bill places responsibility for its implementation squarely in the hands of the Chief Immigration Officer, so it's not something that is being manipulated at all by any type of government interference, which some of us within this House well know about. The competent authority under Clause 5 ensures clear accountability, effective oversight of this critical border security. As it pertains to the operationalization of the system contemplated under this bill operates in 6 clear stages. First, airlines and vessels are mandated to transmit passenger data before arrival. Second, the data is received and processed by the Passenger Information Unit. Third, it is then screened against national, regional, and international watch lists. Fourthly, any risks identified are reviewed by trained officers. Fifth, appropriate action is taken at the border while intelligence is shared with regional and international partners. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the entire process is subject to independent oversight by the Data Protection Officer, who is appointed by the President and whose office is established under Clause 8, ensuring that all data collected, processed, and used in accordance with the law will have full respect to an individual's rights. Clause 9 of the bill has a duty to provide API and PNR data. Under this clause, airlines, vessels are legally required to submit API, PNR, embarkation and disembarkation data. This applies to all inbound, outbound, and transit travel. This legislation therefore ensures that passenger data is received before arrival, allowing authorities to act proactively rather than reactively. This means that before a passenger even sets foot in Trinidad and Tobago, the relevant authorities already have access to key travel information. The Centralized Processing Passenger Information Unit, the PIU. Clause 6 establishes the PIU, and Clause 7 indicates the functions of that unit. The bill establishes a passenger information unit within the Immigration Division, staffed with trained and vetted personnel, no Mickey Mouse people, capable of round-the-clock intelligence analysis to detect threats before they reach our borders. The PIU will be responsible for receiving and storing data, conducting risk analysis, generating intelligence on the front lines. The operational effect of this is that it creates a central intelligence hub for passenger screening, automated screening, risk screening against watch lists. Clause 13 deals with processing of the API and PNR data, and Clause 15 indicates the use, screening, and sharing of that data. Passenger data is automatically screened in real time against watch lists, immigration databases, and international security databases. This allows Trinidad and Tobago to identify terrorists, criminal suspects, and persons using stolen identities, thereby strengthening our ability to detect threats early. It transforms our border control into an intelligence-led system. I beg your pardon, please, Mr. Speaker. This allows the state to identify high-risk individuals, including persons involved in terrorism, serious crime, or the use of fraudulent travel documents. But as we know, we are dealing with a lot of artificial intelligence. We are relying on a lot of computer databases and systems and software. We in Trinidad and Tobago still believe in the red-blooded Trinbagonian having some type of oversight. Human oversight safeguard. This bill carefully balances the use of modern technology with the protection of fundamental rights by ensuring that human oversight remains central to all decision-making. Under Clause 5.7, the legislation makes it explicit that no decision which produces, beg your pardon again, please. The bill, under Clause 5.7, the legislation makes it explicit that no decision which produces an adverse effect on a person may be taken solely on the basis of automated processing. However, Mr. Speaker, this safeguard is reinforced and operationalized through Clauses 5 and 7. Under Clause 5, the competent authority, which is the Chief Immigration Officer, is responsible for overseeing the screening and assessment of API and PNR data and ensuring that appropriate procedures are in place for the verification of any matches or risk indicators. Clause 7, the Passenger Information Unit is mandated to analyze and assess the API and PNR data, identify persons who may be involved in terrorist offenses and serious crime, and disseminate the results of that analysis to competent authorities. Mr. Speaker, when read together, Clause 5 ensures that the system is properly governed and that the procedures exist for review, and Clause 7 ensures that trained personnel actually carry out that review and analysis. What this means is that a machine may flag a passenger, but only a human officer can validate that risk, and only after that review can any action be taken. Exactly. Real-time action at the border. What this bill does is fundamentally shift border control, again, as I indicated earlier, from a reactive model to a proactive one. Border control no longer begins when a passenger lands. It begins before the aircraft or vessel even departs. So instead of waiting for a passenger to arrive before assessing risk, our authorities will already have the intelligence in hand. This allows for targeted intervention, faster processing of legitimate travelers, and immediate action against those who pose a threat. Under Clause 5, once API PNR data is received and screened, authorities can identify high-risk passengers in advance, and that information is sent to the immigration officers before the flight arrives. Officers already know who to look for, and they are prepared with intelligence, not reacting blindly. There will now be targeted inspections instead of mass screening. Instead of stopping everyone, only flagged passengers will be selected for secondary screening, interviews or document verification, and in such cases, the competent authority can deny entry to inadmissible persons, refer individuals to police, customs, or intelligence units, and take action in relation to terrorism risks, serious crime, or immigration violations. This means faster processing for ordinary travelers, more effective and efficient use of resources, and a higher probability of intercepting real threats. Mr. Speaker, for the listening public, I want to juxtapose essentially how this bill would operate in practice compared to what takes place today. Mr. Speaker, at present, while airlines transmit passenger information to impacts through the regional system, this is not consistently mandated in advance of departure, and compliance is not uniformly enforceable. This bill addresses that gap by requiring under its provisions that airlines and vessel operators transmit API and PNR in advance of arrival and departure in a prescribed manner and time frame. It further strengthens compliance by imposing legal obligations backed by penalties, including fines, for failure to provide accurate and timely data. The bill therefore gives leverage over transport operators in situations where required data is not submitted. Authorities can withhold clearance for departure or arrival of airlines and vessels, and they are therefore compelled to comply. In this way, the bill moves the system from a largely cooperative arrangement to a mandatory enforceable regime, ensuring that authorities have the information they need when they need it to effectively manage border security. In short, Mr. Speaker, what really happens is, and we all know it, you go to the airport, you have to fill out something called a departure record. In practice, what's supposed to happen, the departure record document is supposed to be taken to the back, and the immigration authorities are supposed to process it accordingly and send it onwards to varying international or regional organizations. In reality, because the system is mainly based upon human interaction and involvement, it is slow, tardy, and sometimes it just does not work. This is not to blame the immigration officers who work very hard within this country. Very hard within this country. It's just it is a lot for them to do. And on the flip side, when persons are coming into Trinidad and Tobago, there is no requirement for those countries, other countries, whichever countries they may be, for them to also now send that information to Trinidad and Tobago so that we can have some type of degree of watch list. It happens sometimes. Interpol may send a red notice. CARICOM Impact may send a red notice. And the immigration officer who now has to treat with the individual who comes would have to check the passport, check the system and see if the notice is there. Sometimes because the information comes so slowly, or even after departure of the plane, the information does not hit the immigration office in time, and these persons slip through the cracks, and they are allowed to enter into Trinidad and Tobago and cause all sorts of chaos within this country. This bill will stamp that out in its entirety. The bill integrates regionally via CARICOM. A critical feature of the bill is that it does not operate in isolation. It embeds Trinidad and Tobago with a regional security system. The legislation gives effect to the use of the CARICOM Advanced Passenger Information System, which is defined in Clause 2 as a system through which passenger data is transmitted electronically via the CARICOM Electronic Manifest Single Window. As defined in the bill, this system is a centralized regional platform with the database managed by IMPACTS, the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security. Further, under the functions of the competent authority, provision is made to establish cooperation and information sharing mechanisms with relevant national and implementation entities and coordinate with IMPACTS on matters relating to API PNR. So in short, what that means as well too, it allows for international organizations to liaise with IMPACTS as a one-stop shop. We are collecting the data, we'll upload it accordingly by the watchdog, the DPO, to CARICOM IMPACTS. An international organization may have a problem with X, Y, or Z. They can liaise with IMPACTS and get that information and send it to us, so we will have it. Or we can send it to them, so they will have it. And then they will know, well, James Brown, who wants to go to the UK, could be a threat, and we may not want that person to come. And so it will reduce the number of persons coming there seeking asylum. There are other tests that we have to go through, other mechanisms and modalities that we are working on as an administration to deal with economic migrancy, because for all of us who may have practiced in the immigration arena, MP Sturge, I know MP Scotland would have been there at some point in time, the Honourable Attorney General, your good self, Mr. Speaker, dealing or treating with or testing for economic migrancy is an extremely difficult test. The threshold is very high. Sometimes it is impossible to know if someone is going to another country to become an economic migrant. But that is something that we are working on, and we do have a plan for that. Similarly, the Passenger Information Unit is required to liaise, collaborate, and exchange information with regional authorities, including other passenger information units. What this means in practice is that the bill creates a shared Caribbean security space where passenger data is not confined to one state. Risks identified in one jurisdiction can be acted upon in another, and regional partners operate with a common intelligence picture. The CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security requires that all private and commercial flights to or from member states submit advanced passenger information prior to arrival or departure. The following CARICOM states currently participate in this program: Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with the passage of this legislation, Trinidad and Tobago, and also Haiti. In 2025, the legislation was passed in Guyana and St. Kitts and Nevis, adopting the CARICOM model of the APIS for data sharing, and they were praised by the UK's Home Office, even when we had our meetings, as being some stellar examples for us to utilize when we are passing this piece of legislation. International intelligence sharing. In addition to regional cooperation, this bill places Trinidad and Tobago firmly within the global security network. Through clauses 15 and 16, this legislation enables the secure and lawful exchange of passenger data with trusted international partners, integrating Trinidad and Tobago into the global fight against terrorism and transnational crime. Under Clause 15, the competent authority and impacts are empowered to screen passengers against national, regional, and international databases, as well as share API and PNR data with Interpol and other approved international security and law enforcement agencies. Clause 16 provides that API and PNR data may be transferred to another country only in accordance with the Act, and on ascertaining that the recipient country intends to use the data in a manner consistent with the Act. So we are not going to be taking people's information and distributing it, as they say, willy-nilly. We have safeguards here to protect their information. The bill represents more than a legislative update. It is a strategic transformation of how Trinidad and Tobago will protect its borders in an increasingly interconnected world. Through clauses 5 and 7, we are embedding our national systems with a coordinated CARICOM security framework, ensuring that intelligence is shared across the region and that threats are identified not just at our borders, but across the Caribbean space. Through clauses 15 and 16, we extend that cooperation globally, enabling the lawful exchange of information with international partners, including Interpol and other competent authorities, so that those engaged in terrorism and transnational crime cannot exploit gaps between jurisdictions. At the same time, through Clause 8 and the safeguards in Part 5, we ensure that this enhanced security framework operates within a system of accountability, oversight, and respect for fundamental rights.
Go outside, take it off, and come back in. Whoever has the phone, own up to it, please.
Taken together, clauses 5, 7, 15, 16, and Part 5 demonstrates that this bill is not only about strengthening border security, but about doing so responsibly through regional cooperation, international engagement, and robust legal safeguards. Mr. Speaker, as Trinidad and Tobago moves to implement this piece of legislation, this government is mindful of the critical need to support and advance regional security initiatives. This legislation was drafted in accordance with the model endorsed by the legal, and this is why I talk about political laziness, Mr. Speaker. This legislation was drafted in accordance with the model endorsed by the Legal Affairs Committee of CARICOM in October 2024 at the 36th meeting of the Legal Affairs Committee. Member states approved the CARICOM APIS Bill 2024 for adoption by member states. So since 2024, member states would have been adopting this piece of legislation. And then Trinidad and Tobago, under our previous administration, did not see it fit to so do and put us in the monkey pants that we were in with the UK administration and the movement of all of those nefarious characters claiming asylum in the UK. Stay quiet now. Maybe you'll learn something. The competent authority is required to collect the API data. Don't worry, I'll buy something for Pennywise for you, and I'll buy something for Pennywise for you, and something for you too.
Minister.
All you'll get for Pennywise.
Member. That's enough. That's enough. You are too experienced an advocate in court to be so easily distracted. That's enough.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I apologize.
You too. That's enough.
The competent authority is required to collect the API data as specified under the proposed legislation to support the proper storage, use, and legal sharing of the required data. However, in order for the GRCC to collect the API data for and on behalf of member states under the legislation, the minister responsible for immigration is required to delegate this authority to CARICOM impacts through the GRCC or designate a competent authority, which is the Chief Immigration Officer under the Act. Under this bill, the Chief Immigration Officer will be the established competent authority, as I said before, which will collaborate with CARICOM impacts to securely access, store, and share data as outlined in the CARICOM APIS model. Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes Trinidad and Tobago's responsibility as a member of the international community to implement systems that enhance data sharing capabilities and uphold global standards to counter terrorist travel. This bill is vital to fulfilling Trinidad and Tobago's obligation under the Chicago Convention and aligns with International Civil Aviation Organization (ICAO) best practices. Notably, in 2024, ICAO Council updated Annex 9 facilitation to further streamline procedures for the entry and departure of air and sea passengers in accordance with the Chicago Convention. Further, as a member of the United Nations, Trinidad and Tobago is committed to aligning its data exchange practices with the United Nations Security Council resolution on counterterrorism. The passage of this bill will ensure that Trinidad and Tobago fulfills its obligations. While the passage of this bill, Trinidad and Tobago joins other counterparts such as Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, which recently adopted the CARICOM APIS bill in 2025 in advancing regional and international data sharing standards. The bill is essential, Mr. Speaker, as movement of people across the region is a fundamental part of our identity. Nevertheless, it is imperative that Trinidad and Tobago maintains effective border management and control. This legislation ensures that our nation does so by implementing advanced monitoring protocols, which, through collaboration with CARICOM impacts, will enable authorities to detect and respond to persons of interest seeking to enter, transit, or exit Trinidad and Tobago. In so doing, we will strengthen our national security framework, enhance our data sharing capabilities, and demonstrate Trinidad and Tobago's unwavering commitment to global security standards. Mr. Speaker, this bill could not have come at a more timely part in Trinidad and Tobago's framework, national security framework, or energy framework, as we move forward to making Trinidad and Tobago a great, safe, and prosperous nation once again. The UK government intervention into this matter is only part of what was required. We continue to work with them and our other international partners to ensure that we are relevant, we are up to date with the standards required by them, and that persons coming to Trinidad and Tobago feel safe. And when we send our nationals out there, we send the correct ones to represent Trinidad and Tobago in the best possible way. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose a question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Immigration Advanced Passenger Information Act to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from, and transiting through Trinidad and Tobago, and to operationalize the CARICOM Advanced Passenger Information System and other related matters be now read a second time. Member for Port of Spain South.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Tabakeet has accused members of this side of being politically lazy. That is rich and ironic, but thank God no one from this side ever missed the election of a Secretary General. And I hope if the honourable member has to go to the UK for these conferences, I hope he doesn't have to travel by sea. It's just rich. It is true, Mr. Speaker, in his long preamble that in late 2024 there was an increase and an exodus of gang members or alleged gang members to the United Kingdom. And it is true that that happened under the watch of a People's National Movement government. And we lay claim to that because it was the actions of a People's National Movement government that forced the hands of these persons that they could not stay in Trinidad and Tobago. So that is what transpired, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, we did not implement states of emergencies consistently, one after the other, Zozos. What we did was systematic planning that drove them out, made life uncomfortable for them to live in Trinidad and Tobago. So I place that on the record because this was supposed to be a very benign debate because we are supporting this legislation. But they just can't behave themselves. We came here with a tone of working together, of trying to do the work for the people of Trinidad and Tobago where it's beneficial. And we are steadfast on this side that once the legislation seeks to achieve that purpose, we will support it. So let me go directly to what the task at hand is now. The Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Act, Bill 2026. It establishes a legal framework, and I just want to engage the public of Trinidad and Tobago through you, Mr. Speaker. It establishes a legal framework for the collection, processing, storage, and sharing of passenger data for persons entering and leaving Trinidad and Tobago. What is critical there, Mr. Speaker, is the concept of passenger data. In practical terms, the Act requires airlines and other carriers to provide the state with advanced passenger information, API, such as passport, identity details, passenger name record, data which may include travel itineraries, contact information, and related booking details. The data is received and analyzed by a central body, the Passenger Information Unit, which is tasked with conducting risk assessments, identifying persons of interest, and sharing intelligence with law enforcement and national security agencies. In short, the Act provides for the retention of passenger data for defined periods, the screening of passengers against watch lists and databases, and the sharing of information with regional and international partners. With that being the raison d'etre of this piece of legislation, we on this side support its implementation because we say it will strengthen our border security systems. recognizing that the realities of the contemporary world environment is characterized by transnational crime. Systems such as advanced passenger information and passenger name records are utilized in jurisdictions such as the European Union, United Kingdom, and Canada. And in making this contribution, Mr. Speaker, I culled some of the learning from these jurisdictions in order to inform our view. We are supporting it, but there's a view that we have, and we'd like to express it, and we'd like to engage in a respectful repartee with the government to see if we can improve this legislation and strike a balance that will not erode rights unnecessarily. Mr. Speaker, there is a balance between security and liberty, and this is not a novel issue. It was firstly, or it was, I think, well distilled in the case of digital rights in Ireland versus the Minister of Communications, where the European Union, the Court of Justice of the European Union held that legislation providing for broad data protection and retention was disproportionate where it lacked adequate safeguard. And this principle was applied consistently in the European Union where this legislation has existed. And it has stated that the measures taken in the interests of national security must remain proportionate, targeted, and properly regulated. Mr. Speaker, when I looked at the authority in doing my research for this debate, I examined what the European Court had to say about the retention of the data, and this is at paragraph 52, what the court had to say. So far as concerns the right to respect for private life, the protection of that fundamental right requires, according to the court's settled case law, in any event, that derogations and limitations in relation to the protection of personal data must apply only insofar as is strictly necessary. So on this side, we start with the principle that yes, we support it, but we support it in circumstances where it's demonstrated that it's strictly necessary. At paragraph 54, the court went on to say, consequently, the European Union legislation in question must lay down clear and precise rules governing the scope and application of the measures in question and imposing minimum safeguards so that persons whose data have been retained have sufficient guarantees to effectively protect their personal data against the risk of abuse and against any unlawful access and use of that data. So in this contribution, Mr. Speaker, we will be suggesting respectfully about 3 amendments that would try to achieve that goal in balancing the collection of the data, but the protection and use of persons' personal data. Mr. Speaker, the principle that I have just espoused from the European case was, I think, adopted in Trinidad and Tobago as recently as the 6th of March 2026. In another aspect, but in the case of Keston Felix and the Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, you would know that that case was for the retention of persons' fingerprints, etc. It had a myriad of constitutional issues. But this is the part that I'd want to put on the Hansard that would ground the People's National Movement position that yes, we support it, but we would want the safeguards. And at paragraph 42, the Court of Appeal had this to say. Several countries across Europe, the United Kingdom, and Canada make legislative provisions for the compulsory harvesting and retention of fingerprints in the context of criminal proceedings. The issue is not so much the harvesting of the impression, but their retention in particular circumstances of exoneration or release without charge at all. In relation to exonerated individuals, Section 50 of the Act allows the police to retain the data for 20 years after exoneration. In respect of persons who were arrested but never charged, there is no time limit in the Act for the retention of the impressions and the data derived therefrom. So far as the latter is concerned, the impressions and data can be retained indefinitely. It is this retention policy of the impugned provision which must be shown not to be reasonably justifiable in a society that has a proper respect for the rights and freedoms of the individuals. Although this case concerned fingerprints and the retention, we say that the principle can be applied mutatis mutandis to what we are debating here today. And therefore, we would like to suggest that in keeping with both the principle in digital rights and Keston Felix, that there's an affirmation that the retention of personal biometric data engages the constitutional right to privacy and must be assessed with the principle of proportionality. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I would now like to address certain aspects of this bill that we would want to engage the other side to see if we could make it more workable and more balanced. Mr. Speaker, Clause 5 of the bill, and if I can just go to Clause 5, it authorizes the collection of a wide range of personal data, including travel itineraries, contact information, payment details. This is an extensive scope indeed. While such collection may be justified in principle, it is important that the legislation clearly limits the data to what is strictly necessary for the intended purpose of national security. At present, the bill does not expressly incorporate any such limitation. Without a clear statutory threshold, there is a risk that the scope of the data collection may extend beyond the boundaries of what is required for effective border security, and that is an issue. And it is not an insignificant issue, Mr. Speaker. When viewed alongside the definition of personal data, and Mr. Speaker, it may be important to read what the definition of personal data is in the legislation. Mr. Speaker, at page 6 in the definition section, personal data means all information that can be used to identify an individual. Are you seeing it, Mr. Speaker? It means then that it is broad, it is expansive. Let me repeat it for the record. Personal data means all information that can be used to identify an individual. DNA, I don't know where it stops, but that is too broad of a definition. The scope is just too wide, Mr. Speaker. So when juxtaposed with the definition of personal data and the operational functions of the system, this becomes a framework capable of generating detailed profile of individuals and their movements and their history and their activities. And we would want, Mr. Speaker, for it to be limited for the border protection rationale that is the purpose of the legislation. So while such a collection may be justified in principle, the legislation does not expressly limit the collection, we say, to what is strictly necessary. The omission is not merely technical, it is fundamental. And Mr. Speaker, as I was reading the case of Felix, the court is very slow. Once we pass this here, a court will be very slow to interfere with a definition because the court does not want to be the legislature. So we are here now. This is an opportunity to address it, unless, of course, we can show it is not proportionate, etc. So I am saying that we ought to address that issue now due to the broadness that it contains. Mr. Speaker, I now go to the next issue, which is that of the data retention. And the bill provides for the retention of data for a period of up to 7 years. The issue is not whether the data may be retained, but whether the period and conditions of retention are justified and accompanied by appropriate safeguards. In this regard, again, I find some help in the Court of Appeal decision of Keston Felix versus the Attorney General, because that is instructive. In that case, Mr. Speaker, the court recognized that the retention of personal data engages the constitutional right to privacy and must be assessed through the lens and principles of proportionality. Importantly, in this case, Mr. Speaker, the court examined not merely the existence of retention, but the nature, duration, and safeguards surrounding that retention. And Mr. Speaker, that approach is directly engaged and opposite in this bill today. Clause 21 of the bill provides that the data shall be retained for no longer than 7 years. However, the same provision goes on to state that such data may be retained unless it is needed for a specific case or linked to terrorism, serious crime, or border security. So, Mr. Speaker, there may be some dichotomy there, I do not know. Maybe it could just have been not the most pellucid of drafting. But further, Section 29 permits that the PNR data may be retained until final judgment, where it relates to the prevention, detection, or prosecution of terrorist offense or serious crime. Section 30 allows for the data to be depersonalized after 6 months, but also provides that it may be repersonalized where necessary in connection with an investigation, threat, or risk. I pause at this stage, Mr. Speaker, because when these provisions are read together, it becomes pellucidly clear that the retention period is not strictly 7 years. Taken together, it seems that the effect has a potentially indefinite period of retention subject to broad statutory exception. There is no certainty as it relates to the period of detention, and I think that that is an issue that must be addressed. And I say this with great respect, that that may be something that we need to tidy up so that there is a specific period for retention, and if there's an exception, there are safeguards for the exception, which are not included in this piece of legislation. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, having looked at a jurisdiction such as Canada, passenger data may be retained for extended periods, but that retention is accompanied by structured safeguards, including restricted access, defined purposes, and independent oversight by bodies such as the Office of the Privacy Commission of Canada. In this bill, and in this incarnation of this bill, there's no requirement for periodic review. There's no independent trigger for continued retention. and no structured limitation on the use of extended retention powers. These are matters which, in our respectful view, warrant careful and mature consideration, and just not political gimmickry and talk. We want to engage and see if this can be mitigated by amendments. Mr. Speaker, the bill also makes provision for automated processing of passenger data. Clause 27 provides that such processing is to be based on objective, precise, and reliable criteria. That is the exact wording in clause 27. And further states that no decision producing an adverse legal effect shall be made solely on the basis of automated processing. However, Mr. Speaker, this same Act contemplates that these systems will be used to identify risks, generate matches, and inform operational decisions. Indeed, Section 7 provides that the Passenger Information Unit is to conduct risk assessment and analysis of API and PNR data for the purposes of requiring persons further examination. If it is then, Mr. Speaker, that you are not to use the automated process to identify risks, Section 7 contemplates exactly the opposite, and that's the issue we have. Because, Mr. Speaker, the safeguard, while the safeguard against solely automated decision is noted, the Act does not establish any framework for auditing these systems, any mechanism for testing their accuracy, or any process for individuals to challenge the algorithmic outcomes of that exercise. This is an area which, given its potential impact, would benefit from greater legislative clarity, and that is the point I'd want to make on this aspect of the automated processing. I now move on, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, how much more time do I have? I think you have 8 minutes of regular time. I now move on, Mr. Speaker, to the watch list and executive control. The Act further provides for the screening of passengers against watch lists and database. That's prima facie, you can't argue with that. Section 15 states that the API and PNR data shall be used to screen passengers against watch lists and approve national, regional, and international databases, and that such databases are to be determined by the Minister. Additionally, Clause 43 empowers the Minister to make regulations including the establishing approved watch list criteria and databases. Mr. Speaker, this means that the framework governing who is flagged, how risk is assessed, and which databases are relied upon is substantially shaped by executive action. That must be a cause for pause and concern. And the Act does not provide, Mr. Speaker, any clear criteria governing the inclusion on such lists, any review mechanism, or any process by which an affected person may challenge such a clarification. So you will have an executive clarification of you on a approved watch list and database, and an individual, according to this legislation, how it is drafted, does not have any avenue to challenge relative to the oversight even of an independent body, as in the Commission of Data Protection in Canada, or the High Court. So, Mr. Speaker, given the potential consequences of being flagged within such a system, this is an area that we suggest requires greater safeguards. The PRU concentration of power. The Passenger Information Unit, established under Clause 6, is entrusted with significant operational functions. Under Clause 7, it is responsible for receiving, storing, processing, analyzing, and managing APR and PNR data, as well as conducting risk assessments and sharing results with law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, this represents a structure for continuous analysis and dissemination of passenger data, but to a centralized body. While such a structure may be operationally necessary, it underscores the importance of ensuring that independent oversight mechanisms are sufficiently robust and clearly defined with checks and balances. Mr. Speaker, the next issue is that of immunity. Clause 42 provides that any persons acting under the direction of the competent authority or impact shall be immune from liability for damages, except in cases of negligence or willful misconduct. Mr. Speaker, where the state is granted extensive powers over personal data, it is important that accountability mechanisms are equally clear and effective. And we think that this immunity, this carte blanche immunity, save and except negligence or willful misconduct, ought to be revisited and maybe expanded and made a little broader. The sharing of border data or the sharing of data across borders, Mr. Speaker. The bill permits the sharing of data with foreign states and international bodies. That's a practice that is becoming commonplace. We can have no objection to the principle of that. While international cooperation is essential, it is important that such sharing is conditioned upon the receiving jurisdiction maintaining comparable standards of data protection. So here's the point I'm making. We will establish in Trinidad and Tobago certain criteria for data protection, but there's a state where there's a committee of relations and we have the agreement to share with that state. Where are the mechanisms to ensure that the receiving jurisdiction has comparable standards of data protection in their jurisdiction? At present, the bill does not provide for such a safeguard, and I think that it is important that we provide such a protection because, Mr. Speaker, cross-border information is something, it is not as it used to be 10, 15 years ago. You can get something now within nanoseconds. And that is something, Mr. Speaker, that ought to be looked at because it will not be, well, it's protected in Trinidad, but what will happen when you go abroad? It can be leaked just as if we did not have those protections in Trinidad. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the end result would be that there'll be certain safeguards here, and there's no guarantee that the similar safeguards or safeguards that are sibling to those are operational in the receiving state, and that is an important point that we wish to put on the record. This area, in our respectful view, requires consideration. The oversight and accountability is central to the legitimacy of any data regime. And whilst the bill provides for administrative oversight, it does not clearly establish independent supervisory authority with defined reporting obligations to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Modern data protection framework emphasizes independence, transparency, enforceability, and oversight. We say that these elements would strengthen the bill, and parliamentary oversight may actually be a very important ingredient in this piece of legislation. It is absent as we speak. The rights and remedies provided in this bill have limited mechanisms for individuals to access and challenge the use of their data. Mr. Speaker, that is a real cause for concern. If everything is legitimately done and collected and utilized, why then fear the intervention of the courts, the oversight of the courts, or some independent body? How these mechanisms would benefit from greater clarity is as follows. There ought to be defined procedures,
The 15 minutes?
Yes, please, or part thereof.
Well, entirely up to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These mechanisms would benefit from greater clarity, including defined procedures, specified timelines, as I indicated earlier on with the retention of the data, and enforceable remedies. This would ensure that the rights contemplated by the bill are given practical effect. Mr. Speaker, the opposition does not oppose the objective of this legislation, but we are of the view that in its present form, it extends broadly in its scope of data collection. It does not sufficiently enshrine safeguard. It confers too wide powers, or powers that are extensive or too extensive on the executive, and requires stronger protection for the individual rights. We propose amendments that would provide for judicial oversight for access to identifiable data, a statutory requirement of data minimization, a revised retention framework with staged anonymization, parliamentary oversight of amendments to schedules, safeguards governing cross-border data transfers, the establishment of an independent supervisory authority, as was done in the Canada model, and clear and enforceable rights and remedies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill addresses an important area of national security, and in doing so, it engages in the tweaking of fundamental constitutional rights. The objective must therefore be to ensure that the legislation achieves both objectives, or both the criteria for which it was set. Effective security measures and appropriate protection of individual rights are by no means novel. They have been achieved in other jurisdictions. The opposition remains prepared to support this legislation once the balance is properly reflected. We would propose amendments, Mr. Speaker, to clauses 21 to 29, where the inclusion where passenger information or passenger name record data is retained beyond 7 years. Such retention shall require prior authorization by a judge of the High Court, supported by written reasons, demonstrated necessity and proportionality. Mr. Speaker, this will then go, or it will apply beyond the 7 years, where a situation such as maybe a court case or some new criteria or some new information has come to hand, we say once it goes beyond the 7 years, take it before a court, let a court decide. So that's the first and the first amendment that we are proposing. Secondly, we wish to look at clause 1543 and insert new subsections. Watch lists and databases used for screening under this Act shall be governed by clear statutory criteria, subject to periodic review, and no person shall be adversely affected by inclusion on such a list without the right to challenge that inclusion. So, you are put on a list by the executive, but this amendment gives you the right to challenge you being placed on that list, Mr. Speaker, as in keeping with a society that respects the right of individual freedom and your right to your personal data. So, then we propose inserting a new clause after clause 7, that the passenger information unit shall be subject to the oversight by an independent supervisory authority, which shall conduct audits of its operation and report annually to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. That provides for parliamentary oversight for such a critical exercise and such a crucial thing such as data, people's personal data. We also propose, Mr. Speaker, amending clause 16 to read that no personal data shall be transferred to a foreign state unless that state maintains data protection standards equivalent to those under the laws of Trinidad and Tobago or adequate safeguards that are established by a binding agreement. So we are not at all dislodging the issue of comity. What we are saying is if you are sending people's personal and very sensitive data to another state, ensure that that state has measures in it that are commensurate with that exists in Trinidad and Tobago. The opposition remains prepared to support this legislation once that balance is properly reflected. We are not opposing the bill. We are not here today for any rancor. Mr. Speaker, I hope that my tone and my contribution espoused this and was in alignment with that. We are simply asking, with respect and with maturity, that the bill meets the necessary constitutional and international safeguards that we in Trinidad and Tobago have come to know and respect over our period of independence. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, that is my contribution today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding my friend's very solemn tone today, I cannot agree with the arguments that he would have placed before this Honourable House, because most of them either didn't make sense or have no grounding in law. So it is my duty, Mr. Speaker, to correct again my friend on very, very basic principles of law and evolving jurisprudence, and in particular this piece of advanced legislation that is in fact a modern piece of law that should have been placed before this Parliament in the year 2024, but now took a UNC administration in under 12 months. In under 12 months to bring it before its legislative agenda for passage and to bring us up to date with the rest of the world. With the rest of the world, Mr. Speaker. And you know, my friend, in his opening statements, had some peacock for my colleague from Tabakit. Mr. Speaker, I want to say today that my colleague from Tabakit resurrected the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and CARICOM Affairs from political death by former Minister Amy Brown. Minister Sobers, under the leadership of our Honourable Prime Minister, has been able to place Trinidad and Tobago on the map once again. Once again, for good reason. Of admission of failure by my colleague from Port of Spain South, he said gangsters were leaving Trinidad and going to the UK. That was their accomplishment. Our accomplishment, Mr. Speaker, is investments are flowing into Trinidad and Tobago for the benefit of all. So when my friends speak, they speak from a political platform. We speak here from a position of facts, Mr. Speaker, where we are ensuring that performance is the order of the day rather than incompetence. You see, Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation strengthens border security. It strengthens it. This piece of legislation is a modern piece of legislation that, yes, balancing the rights of individuals in terms of their privacy, fundamental constitutional rights, but at the same time ensuring that the state can take measures that are required and necessary for the protection of our national security. Because that has been the aim of this government from day one, protecting our citizens from the evil criminal elements that exist in our nation. You see, my friend said that the gang members were running away from Trinidad because they were doing so good fighting crime. But what he forgot to say, Mr. Speaker, is this. In their last full year of leaving government, they racked up the murder rate by the highest level in the history of our country, recording 626 murders in the year 2024. 626 murders, Mr. Speaker. 1 year into government, that was reduced by 42%. We closed off 2025 with 370 murders, Mr. Speaker, and it will even reduce further because of the stringent policies, the laws, and the competent executive that we have fighting the criminal against our law-abiding citizens. You see, Mr. Speaker, that government on the last occasion had appointed the most incompetent Minister of National Security, one called Minister Fitzgerald Hines. And then you had Aruka Lopino running behind him trying to grab the baton. You see, they did nothing, Mr. Speaker, absolutely nothing to make the citizens feel safer. This piece of legislation, we will now be able, when persons before that plane arrives to Trinidad and Tobago, or before the boat comes to our shores, Mr. Speaker, we know every single person on that vessel, on that aircraft, Mr. Speaker. We know their background, we know whether or not they are a person on a watch list, we know whether or not we have to take further action. So then what can be so objectionable about this bill? You see, they're trying to couch the arguments by saying, you know, we support it. They're saying, no, we support it, but we will only support it if you all take these amendments. What they're trying to do is mamagai people, you know. What they're trying to do is mamagai people, but we on this side have a competent Attorney General who has drafted a very good piece of law that is before this House for consideration, Mr. Speaker. You see, simple things, Mr. Speaker, they couldn't do. Many of us in this chamber travel, many of us. And you would remember that when you're on that aircraft from whatever destination, you're jet lagged, you're tired, the flight attendants passing around a form, a booklet. You have to find a pen to fill out where's the flight number, you have to get your passport number, you have to tell them how much luggage you have, so on, Mr. Speaker. They promised, Mr. Speaker, in Budget Statement 2020, I went back, you know. Budget Statement 2020, the member for Diego Martin Norte said that they were going to remove that immigration form and that customs declaration. 6 years has passed and they could not do it. We did it in under 1 year. 1 year. And to confirm that the system was working, Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Oropouche East would have traveled recently, returned a couple of days ago to the jurisdiction. And he was showing me on his phone that he was able to complete all of the information on his mobile phone. He got a confirmation with a barcode, and the process was so smooth. We are bringing Trinidad and Tobago to a modern democracy, Mr. Speaker. A modern democracy. Something my colleagues on the other side could not even do. They couldn't even remove a form from the plane. They couldn't do that. It took a UNC administration with competent ministers, with a working prime minister, with a very bright attorney general, and I want to commend my colleague from Tunapuna, the Minister of National Homeland Security, Mr. Speaker, for the excellent work that he has been doing, driving that ministry to make all of us feel safe, even my friends opposite. Even my friends opposite. Imagine they had a Minister of National Security who was coming to this parliament to sleep. To sleep, you know. I wish if that could have been a joke. I wish. You could call my colleague from, at any hour of the night, my colleague from Tunapuna, and he will answer that phone. He will answer the phone. You see, Mr. Speaker, I want to get into a very sensitive matter because I want to examine the conduct of my colleagues opposite as compared to the conduct of a UNC administration, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague from Tabakit raised the issue with respect to what happened with the UK, the imposition of the visas. My friend from Port of Spain South admitted in this parliament on record that persons were leaving the jurisdiction, entering into the UK. The former Minister of National Security, Hines, would have also indicated that gang members were going to the UK to seek refugee status. And that was a matter, that is public information. That was a matter that was raised by the UK authorities, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we must go back to find out why all of this is relevant now and why it is important to raise. You see, on the eve of the general election of 2025, Mr. Speaker, the Trinidad Express published an article that says, by Mark Besant, government official, UK gangster in secret deal, scrutiny over ties to money laundering, arms trafficking, and drug smuggling. This was reported in the Trinidad Express. Mr. Speaker, one wants to know who was this government official. The article says, a clandestine business arrangement between a gangster from the United Kingdom and a senior Trinidad and Tobago government official allegedly linked to money laundering, arms trafficking, and drug smuggling is now being closely monitored by local and foreign law enforcement officials. The gangster, who is originally from TNT but has dual citizenship and has lived in the UK for several years, is suspected of being one of the 7 gangs' primary financiers. For years, he allegedly used his network of shell companies to avoid detection while directing unlawful activities in North America, Europe, and the Caribbean. Now, Mr. Speaker, the article goes on to indicate all of the complex web of financial transactions that span from North America, Europe, and the Caribbean. And it even calls the US counterparts in terms of one called Fathead and Arman. I don't know who they are. And one called Elman from Carenage. And, Mr. Speaker, what we have found now, Mr. Speaker, is that according to the UK company registry, it listed the business as providing a transportation business. And the shareholding in this particular company was held by the government official and the gangster that the document indicated. This is what the Trinidad Express is saying. 10 months later, on the 17th of July 2024, the high-ranking government official ceased to be a person with considerable control while terminating his appointment as a director of the corporation. Mr. Speaker, do you know who this high-ranking government official is? Mr. Speaker, do you want to know who that person is? That person was a junior minister to my colleague from Trinity Maloney, none other than former Minister Adrian Leonce. None other than Minister Adrian Leonce, who the article is saying had criminal ties to money laundering, arms trafficking. Mr. Speaker, racketeering, being housed by the former cabinet and appointed as a minister by the member for Port of Spain, North, Centre and West when he was the Prime Minister of this country. Trinity Maloney had nothing to say then about that, you know. Because you know why? Money was flowing through that Leon's companies, government money through government contract, and we don't know if the money reached in the UK.
Mr. Speaker, 48-6, please. But if I remember what you last said, you are innocent until proven guilty. I believe that's what you said previously in this chamber. 48-6, please.
Can you, member of the House, there's an improper imputation against? In the absence of such evidence, the objection has no merit.
Someone named the member for the same standing order 48-6. He named the member for Trinity Maloney.
No, he didn't make any allegation against.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
No. Okay, have a seat, everyone. Have a seat. There is no have a seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat.
Because all of them on that side have taken.
Resume your seat.
I will not
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Okay. Stop this Trinity Maloney. Okay. Okay. Trinity Maloney, I heard the accusation, which you hurled towards the member for Toko Sangre Grande. And unless you withdraw the motion, those words, I heard it. This is not secondary evidence being provided to me. I heard what you said. I'm not going to repeat it. They are so vile and offensive that they do not warrant repetition. So unless you withdraw it and apologize, then I'm going to invoke Standing Order 55. Make your choice.
Mr. Speaker, I have been impugned by the member for Barataria San Juan.
Make your choice. 55, make your choice.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the standing orders, despite the fact that I have been impugned.
I will deal with the alleged imputation just now. Insofar as the accusation that you have hurled towards the member for Toko Sangre Grande, you have a choice.
Mr. Speaker,
apologize and withdraw, or I'm putting you on notice I'm invoking Standing Order 55. Make your choice.
Mr. Speaker, based on Standing Order 55 and what you have said, I apologize and I withdraw. But I will not be impugned by any member of this House.
So have a seat. Let's deal with the imputation. What the member said, he simply said that the person served as a junior minister. There was absolutely, and I mean absolutely, no hint of any imputation that you did anything wrong. That's all. There was no imputation of wrongdoing on your part, and I wish to make that abundantly clear. So whatever misconception the member for San Fernando East is belaboring under and hurling from a sedentary position really is of no relevance. Okay, there was no imputation against your conduct. That much is clear. All the member said was this person who is not a member of this House or the other House served under you. It's as simple as that. And I think he made it abundantly clear that there was no suggestion that you committed any wrongdoing. And I don't think by any stretch of interpretative imagination, or if you give it the most promiscuously broad interpretation, you can come to that conclusion. So come on, let's not waste time on this. Move on. That's enough. Member?
Mr. Speaker, he also said that I was aware of government contracts. He said that.
If the member, I don't think, my recollection is he never said that. If you suggested that the member was aware of government contracts being awarded in an improper manner, then I would suggest that you withdraw it and move on. If you said so. I do not recall hearing that.
Mr. Speaker, I did not say that. My friend is free to file a privilege motion against me. I will defend it, and I know I will be successful. But what I can say, Mr. Speaker, that if my friend from Trinity Maloney is unaware that Minister Leons was getting contracts from the former administration, then she really didn't know what was happening in the government. They really didn't know. But what she knew, because she revealed it in a standing finance committee, was Foster Cummins was getting millions of dollars of contracts from the HDC.
Remember, that part is irrelevant.
Sure. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, then there's another article here, Mr. Speaker, where on the 25th of March 2025, because Minister Leons responded, he said that the address that the gangster used for the company was his 94-year-old grandmother address. He said, as when he heard that this person was being investigated, he decided to resign from the company. And then they asked him, well, how you know this fella? He said, well, he met him on 2 times on social occasions. So you meet a fella twice in a line and say, hey, let me set up a company with you and you go use my grandma address.
Speaker 48-6, is this member prosecuting a case in this parliament? No one has been found guilty of anything. 48-6, hush, you clown. Hush. Talking to you, hush.
What did you say? What did you just say? San Fernando, what did you? What? No. Repeat it if you want. Okay. Your reliance on 48-6 is both hopeless and hapless. Hopelessly misconceived, outmatched only by the haplessness of its elucidation. Overruled. Overruled.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. What I don't understand is why my colleagues opposite so jumpy. Yes. But why are they so jumpy? Because these are facts. These are matters of public record, and these were matters that they are aware of because they were present in the newspapers. So all of them know about this, But when I'm talking it here, all they jumpy.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 48-1. What is the relevance of all of this to this bill?
I think the relevance is so clear that I don't need to elucidate it. The advanced passenger, it was quite clear that the requirement, the social, this might take some elucidation for you, Trincity Malodi, because it's a principle of law that legislation has to be judged against the social and legal context existing at the time which it is brought. That is a foundation principle of statutory interpretation. Okay? The member is entitled to some extent to lay out the underlying factual basis upon which the legislation is brought. There is broad general agreement, and I don't want to take too much time again, but there's broad general agreement that this is necessary legislation. It serves a legitimate purpose, and to some extent it is proportionate to the core need of the legislation. Those are the 3 principles of law which are engaged. This ought to be, as to use the words of Porter Spencer, a benign and anodyne debate. Let's just continue with it. And Barataria Sanwan, come on, let's move on now. At some point you're going to get to the bill, right?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I have laid out the context, the circumstances, and matters that we have to prevent and that this bill will address. Very simple, Mr. Speaker. Because we owe a responsibility to our partners, international or regional, that when aircrafts or vessels leave our shores, that we should have persons in there that would not affect or interfere with their national security, and we expect the same principle back home, Mr. Speaker. And this bill will help with that. The 46 clauses and 8 schedules of this bill would have come out of a CARICOM draft APIS legislation. I know jurisdictions such as Barbados would have already looked at this. Their parliament would have considered these things. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at the bill is drafted very clearly, might be voluminous in nature, but the bill is very, very much drafted clearly with respect to the legislative aims that it has to meet, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to focus on a few of the clauses where my colleague from Port of Spain South would have raised some concern and issue with. And this is a very functional piece of legislation when you look at it. Before the vessel, the aircraft leaves our jurisdiction, from the time of booking of the tickets, the reservations, and so on, the PNR is collected. Then you have other information that is set out in the schedule. This information is collected electronically, and it must, in fact, be transmitted electronically also. Mr. Speaker, it means that there is a level of data sharing, and there must be data protection. I will get into those matters within the context of the bill. But when you look at the schedule, which my friend from Port of Spain North, he didn't go into, Mr. Speaker, you see that the information that is collected at Schedule 1, Part A, Part B deals with vessels, and then you have Schedule 2. This is the information that actually is going to be transmitted after the flight leaves or the vessel leaves our shore. So you have flight identification, scheduled departure date, time, arrival time, last port of call for the aircraft, the arrival, the number of persons, the number of crew, official travel document, the organization they're traveling with, the expiration of the documents, nationality, date of birth, gender, traveler status, the original embarkation, the port of clearance, port of final destination. Reporting party's name, telephone number, fax number, email address, and so on. With respect to the vessels, there are other information. With respect to the PNR, Mr. Speaker, which is found at Schedule 2, the passenger name record, the data elements, you have the PNR record locator, the date of reservation or date of ticket issue, date of intended travel, name, address, form of payment, travel itinerary, frequent flyer information, travel agency, travel status, general remarks, ticket field information, and so on. So when my friend from Port of Spain North was saying that, listen, your data could be in trouble, this is general data, Mr. Speaker, that is not entirely sensitive at all. This is information or data that is already collected upon the booking of your ticket. Because when you book a ticket with, for example, Caribbean Airlines, Mr. Speaker, this is information that you provide for them to get your ticket reservation. When you look at filling out the forms and so on, Mr. Speaker, the person that collects the form and so on, they also have a duty currently for confidentiality and so on. But the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that the data that is being collected has protection, but at the same time, it is not in the manner or the impression Port of Spain South would have indicated to this House. It's very clear, the data that we're collecting, your ticket information, your passport information, and so on. Basic information, Mr. Speaker. But what happens is this. When you look at Clause 7 of the bill, when the competent authority takes a decision, and this is very important, of course, these things are now computer-generated and so on, electronic. The bill itself now prevents the competent authority, which is the Chief Immigration Officer, from making a decision based on the computer record only. There is now a human element. The bill says that the competent authority shall not take any decision, A, that produces an adverse legal effect on a person or significantly affects a person only by reason of the automated processing of data. So it means that you cannot only rely on the computer-processed information. There must be a human element that verifies, reviews the data before the competent authority can in fact make a decision, and that is one of the inherent safeguards that was inbuilt into the legislation, Mr. Speaker, to prevent arbitrary decisions from being made. What wrong with that? Why you want an amendment to that? That is a safeguard. That was included in the legislation. It meets the regional benchmark that the CARICOM draft bill has, Mr. Speaker. Then we go on to the retention of data, and he spent a lot of time on this particular point at Clause 21. It says this, Mr. Speaker, 21.1, subject to subsection 2, API, Advanced Passenger Information, data collected under this Act for screening purposes shall be retained for a period not exceeding 7 years from the date of travel of the crew, member, or passenger. 2, on expiry of the data retention period stipulated in 1, which is the 7-year period, the API data shall be deleted from each database in which they were stored, except if needed in connection with a specific case, a threat or a risk identified as being related to terrorism, serious crime, or border security. Serious crime is defined in the definition section of the bill. Mr. Speaker, by that alone, we are retaining the information for that 7-year period. The data, in fact, will be protected because all of the protections in the other clauses of the bill applies. The Data Protection Act applies, and therefore, the 7-year retention is necessary as a record keeping. My friend says that if you want to keep the record for 7 years, you have to go by a judge and ask the judge for reasons. Mr. Speaker, I think it's common sense that you keep the information because in the event that something happens, the information is ready, available for law enforcement to do their necessary investigation. It's a common sense approach. Why do you need a judge to tell you that? That is why, Mr. Speaker, they couldn't win a single case when citizens brought it against them in the last 10 years. They couldn't do that. But you see, Mr. Speaker, this is a common sense approach to crime fighting. It's a common sense approach. Why are you making a fuss about the retention of data for 7 years? To tell you where you travel to or where you travel from. I can't see the objection that my colleague from Port of Spain North is raising. Right? But the bill is clear. It says 7 years. And then, after 7 years, you delete, except in circumstances of what? Terrorism, serious crime, or border security. If you read past 7 years, you will see those magic words, except being related to terrorism, serious crime, or border security. So there is, in fact, an exception for the purposes of national security if you retain the data for more than 7 years. What you want to go and tell the criminal, hey, hello, I'm investigating you on the low, but I'm going to court to tell the judge I need your information for more than 7 years? Where you feel we're dealing with here? Leons? Right? Where you feeling we're dealing with? Leons? No, we're not dealing with Leons here. Then, Mr. Speaker, yes? Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker. And what is also important, Mr. Speaker, is that there are strict time frames that is set out in the legislation. When one looks at Section 4, in terms of the time frame for submission of the API and embarkation and disembarkation data, it says this, Mr. Speaker. In the case of a commercial aircraft, no later than 40 minutes prior to departure from the last port of call. Who is responsible? The captain of the vessel or the ship. In the case of private aircraft, no later than 40 minutes prior to departure. In the case of a vessel arriving outside the regional space, no later than 24 hours. So, Mr. Speaker, these very strict timelines, in fact, give the law enforcement agencies, the intelligence agencies, locally enough time to do their necessary checks and investigation prior to those aircrafts landing here, Mr. Speaker. Because we are very, very serious about border control in this country. They left the borders, sea and air border, open, Mr. Speaker, allowing illegal immigrants, some of whom commit criminal activities in Trinidad, Mr. Speaker. They were flowing here like water. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, everyone saw the video. Every single body saw the video. When a woman from Don Miguel Road was kidnapped, and my colleague from Tunapuna, the Attorney General, and my colleague, the Minister of Defense, would have indicated through a statement that through the successful plans of the law enforcement agencies, the Coast Guard in particular, they successfully retrieved that citizen and brought her back safely to home, Mr. Speaker. That didn't happen by chance. That happened because we now have the border control agencies and security systems in place. They are working, they are effective. Mr. Speaker, can we do better? Yes, and that is why we are passing this piece of legislation. Then my colleague raised an issue about the watch list. Now let's focus on the watch list, Mr. Speaker. The watch list is found at the definition section of the bill at clause 3. The watch list means a list maintained by impacts, CARICOM impacts, and the competent authority, Chief Immigration Officer, that is used for the identification, tracking, monitoring of the activities or movements of criminals and suspicious travelers, including A, terrorists or persons convicted of a criminal offense, B, persons suspected to be traveling on stolen and lost travel documents, C, criminal deportees, and D, other persons of interest to law enforcement and the intelligence community. So when my friend said that it is executive action that basically has these watch lists and maintains these watch lists and put people on the watch list, that is not entirely true, because it is the competent authority who is whom? The Chief Immigration Officer. It's not the Minister of Homeland Security who's sitting down in his office and saying, well, I'm going to put X, Y, and Z on the watch list. These names are derived from the Chief Immigration Officer. Also, CARICOM impacts would also furnish the jurisdiction with a particular watch list. So, for example, if John Brown leaves Barbados, he's on the watch list and he is on his way to Trinidad, it triggers that John Brown is on his way. Trinidad, you probably need to take some action against John Brown when he arrives and further interrogation. Simple as that. But my friends have a problem with that opposite. When they presided over one of the most egregious breaches of human rights in this country, where a citizen was abducted in another jurisdiction and brought to Trinidad and Tobago, they had nothing to say about executive action for that, you know. But we know who made the call in Brent Thomas' case. Yes. We know. But none of them will say who it is, Mr. Speaker. So we don't take executive action on this side and say, let's put somebody on a watch list. That is police business. That is immigration business. That is customs business, Mr. Speaker. That is not the minister business. The minister business is to provide policy direction and resources to all of law enforcement. And he is doing that, Mr. Speaker. He is doing that. He is doing that. Then my colleague talked about proportionality. He spoke of how we must balance proportionality in terms of the legislative aims of the breaches of your rights to privacy as compared to balancing it with national security and so on. Mr. Speaker, I'll make an outright submission that this bill meets its legislative aim and it is a proportional and constitutional piece of legislation. There's a case, Mr. Speaker, R against ABJ and R against BDN 2026, UK SC Supreme Court 8. And at paragraph 137, it says this. My friend should have read this case. I quote, because it's a new case. When national authorities decide that a criminal measure interfering with a convention right is necessary in order to meet a pressing social need, the government proposes the legislation and seeks to persuade the legislator that it is justified. If after reviewing the justification for the interference, the legislator is persuaded of its necessity, it enacts the legislation. If the compatibility of the legislation with fundamental rights is then challenged in the courts, the justification for the interference will be the subject of judicial examination as occurred in the present proceedings. If the legislation withstands that examination, it is then the function of the criminal courts to apply its provision in the circumstances of individual cases. What this case dealt with, Mr. Speaker, is this, that when you are dealing with offenses such as terrorism, serious crimes, the legislature is given a broad ambit in terms of their flexibility with bringing legislation to the Parliament, convincing the Parliament of the requirement and the necessity of it, having regard to the prevailing circumstances. We have an issue with border control, Mr. Speaker. We are within the four corners of the Constitution. We are proportional, Mr. Speaker. We are constitutional, and we are reasonably justified in a society with respect for democratic principles and freedoms, Mr. Speaker. So what is the issue that my colleagues opposite is having with this piece of legislation? We have jurisprudence behind us. We have the Constitution behind us, and we have a very good Attorney General who is behind us also, Mr. Speaker. Then again, two other points my colleague raised. One was immunity. That he believes the immunity is too blanket, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the immunity is circumscribed in terms of the bill, and it is very clear in terms of immunity from liability. that if the person acts in a negligent manner or willful misconduct, the immunity does not apply. Again, another piece of protection. And then he spoke of remedies. Mr. Speaker, nothing in this bill, nothing, takes away a citizen's right from accessing the court for any remedies in public law. None. Not a single provision in this bill does that. Any citizen has a right to access any court of law if they believe that their rights have been breached or they have been aggrieved by a decision of any of the public authority here. They can access a court and get remedies under judicial review or constitutional relief, Mr. Speaker. We did not remove that right. That right remains. So therefore, my colleagues' submission with respect to remedies is really nonsensical and baseless, Mr. Speaker. Baseless. Mr. Speaker, there are other protections built in the law, such as anonymization of information. We have oversight by the data protection officer. We have the protection of the public officers and so on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the government, led by our Honourable Prime Minister, this piece of bill is one of the most modern pieces of legislation that we could have brought to this Parliament to ensure that we can make our citizens and the region and our international partners safe, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you very much.
Member for Ruka-Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me, and very grateful for the opportunity to enter into this debate. Mr. Speaker, having listened to my colleague from Barataria Sanwan, I sat quietly and I asked myself whether or not I should be pulled into bacchanal and old talk and stupidness. You see, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we come to this Parliament and the normal banter will flow between the both sides, and we may get very passionate in how we speak and what we say to each other. And debate may descend, and the Speaker will have to make interventions from time to time to ensure that we have some level of order in this House. From the very onset, Mr. Speaker, the opposition through the Member of Parliament for Port of Spain South did indicate to the government that we will support the legislation and the reasons for supporting the legislation. And in so doing, we will make amendments or proposal to enhance the legislation. And I thought that we will have a very good exchange between the government and the opposition on this matter until the member for Barataria Sanwan entered the debate. Mr. Speaker, I am more than capable of responding to the member for Barataria Sanwan. But today, my spirit is not to respond to him and the nonsense that he put on the hands of this Parliament. Because, Mr. Speaker, some colleagues in this House cannot help themselves but just get involved in bacchanal chaos and confusion every single day, even when there's absolutely no reason to get involved in it. And I want to tell my colleague for Barataria Sanwan that sometimes you choose when to go down. Sometimes you choose when to descend. You choose when, Mr. Speaker, to go low in your debates. Today, Mr. Speaker, it is a time when both the government and the opposition have both indicated that we will support the passage of this very important piece of legislation, and we will make recommendations as we see fit. The government has the majority, and they are free, Mr. Speaker, to ignore the recommendations of the opposition. But the opposition will do its work. The opposition, Mr. Speaker, will make recommendations as we see fit to enhance the bill that we are looking to bring into law that will affect every single citizen of this country. And the bill in its intent, Mr. Speaker, I don't see anything that is gravely objectionable in its intent. But it does not mean, Mr. Speaker, that we on this side cannot make any recommendations that will enhance the impact of this bill. But when the member for Barataria Sanwan could come and call persons' name in this parliament who does not have the right to respond to some of the allegations that he placed on the Hansard of this House, I'd say to the member that he's a coward. He's a coward. And it is only a coward that would engage in this kind of reprehensible and disgusting behavior. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, during this debate, my mind went back to 2010 when in Trinidad and Tobago, there's a very, and most members would recall, scandal, international scandal, and a local scandal as well, that is referred to commonly as Cambridge Analytica. And Cambridge Analytica, Mr. Speaker, you recall, involved someone from the UK who came to Trinidad and engaged in activities with political operatives, and based on the information that is in the hands of the British Parliament, operators within the United National Congress, where the confidential data of citizens were accessed through state agencies that had the repository of confidential data of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, TSTT, TNTEC, Immigration Division, even national security agencies, Mr. Speaker. And for some reason, the data was accessed by persons who were unauthorized, Mr. Speaker. And that data was weaponized and given to political operatives in order to run their political affairs. Mr. Speaker, you recall citizens saying that they did not give access to telephone numbers of agencies, and they were receiving text messages, they were receiving voice notes, voice messages, etc. And I'm raising that, Mr. Speaker, because the whistleblower in this matter gave evidence before a British Joint Select Committee in Camera, where that was confirmed, and he confirmed that Cambridge Analytica was birthed in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. And he went into details as to how he got access to confidential data that was in the possession of state agencies, and how that information was weaponized to pursue the political objectives of the political party that he was contracted to do work for. And you might ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, what's the importance of this? It is very important to the bill that we are debating here today, because In this bill, we create the office of the competent authority, who is the chief immigration officer under the legislation. It creates the position of a passenger information unit, which is a unit within the immigration division. And it also creates the office of a data protection officer who will be placed within the immigration division. And we cannot say, Mr. Speaker, we cannot say that the structure of this legislation will prevent data from being breached and being placed in the wrong hands, that it can be weaponized against the very citizen that it was put to protect. Because this is Trinidad and Tobago for you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that because I recall when the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, was the Minister of Energy, and he was going on the mandate of the government of Trinidad and Tobago to several countries, and in particular Venezuela, to speak with the Venezuelan authorities with respect to cross-border gas discussions between the both countries. And one, Mr. Speaker, of that, or several of these visits took place within the COVID pandemic. I recall distinctly what happened, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind you and the national community that no amount of assurances that the government may want to give in the promotion of this bill, as they would be expected to do, but this is the opposition, and we will do our work, and we will explain to the country the realities where these matters are concerned. Because I recall that on one of the occasions, or several occasions, when the minister traveled to Venezuela, and the flight manifest, which was supposed to be a confidential document that only the Chief Immigration Office or the Immigrations Office or Division can only have exclusive right to have, appeared in the national newspapers. It was leaked to the media. I'm saying that because we would be very naive to believe that this bill that we are debating here today will create the administrative and legal structure that once we put in place the competent authority, the PIU, and the data protection officer, all shall be well, and you should have concern about nothing with respect to people's data getting into the wrong hands that can be weaponized against the very citizens that we are seeking to pass this bill to protect, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I was very disappointed in my colleague for Barataria Sanwan for engaging in all kinds of mischief talk that had nothing to do with this very important piece of legislation. There is a time and there's a place and there's a season for everything. Today is not for that. So help yourself. Mr. Speaker, who can oppose? Who can oppose? Just sit in your right seat and I'll respond to you. Who can oppose the intention of this bill, Mr. Speaker? Who can oppose, Mr. Speaker, a parliament and or a government proposing pieces of legislation that would enhance our border security and give our law enforcement agencies the legislative power to take action and preemptive action to protect our borders and persons entering and or leaving our jurisdiction? Mr. Speaker, in this parliament, we passed, over the last 10, 15 years, hundreds of pieces of legislation. After all, it is the role and the function of this parliament, and it is the role and function of the government. But the government will stand and they will say, you were in office for 10 years and you didn't do this, you didn't do that. Mr. Speaker, come on. That argument is not making sense anymore. Because when you were in government, between 2010 and 2015, we could have said the amount of pieces of legislation that we passed in our tenure that you did not do. Mr. Speaker, that is the way in which we operate, Mr. Speaker. But it does not make no sense whatsoever. I mean, it is so juvenile when members of parliament can stand and say, well, look, we are about law and we are about order. We are passing this piece of legislation and you had 10 years to pass it and you did not pass it. Mr. Speaker, I was here between 2020 and 2025 and I can tell you that the vast majority of legislation passed by the People's National Movement were opposed by the United National Congress. The vast majority, led by the member for Barataria San Juan, led by the member for Siparia, opposing legislation, but we were not deterred by that behavior, and we passed legislation that was within our authority so to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I say, and I will go into some of the provisions of this bill, that I have some concerns, and I hope that the spirit of Zozo does not possess the government. And you might ask, Mr. Speaker, what do I mean by the spirit of Zozo? It is an evil spirit, Mr. Speaker. And it is a spirit that when you are possessed by it, you come to the parliament, you beg for support to pass the legislation, but in begging for support, you are attacking the very people who you are asking to support you in the passage of this legislation. So I'm just saying, Mr. Speaker, I do hope that the spirit of Zozo does not possess the government and they listen with an open mind on some of the issues that the opposition will raise in this debate. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to clause 5.1, which is the establishment of the competent authority. The competent authority essentially is the Chief Immigration Officer. And what I note in that provision, and perhaps I don't know if the Attorney General will enter the debate or the next speaker, I'm just asking a question that the clause 5.1 of the bill, which establishes the authority and the office of the competent authority, it specifically states that it is and it shall be the Chief Immigration Officer, and it lists out the duties and the powers of the competent authority. Very wide. But I note, Mr. Speaker, that there is no provision in the bill for the duties and the powers of the competent authority or the Chief Immigration Officer in that regard to be exercised by any other senior official within the immigration division. So it is safe to assume that the competent authority and the powers of the competent authority within the bill can only and be exclusively exercised by the Chief Immigration Officer. But let me take you to clause 5.3, and it states that notwithstanding, please allow me to quote 5.3, that notwithstanding subsection 2H and J, any decision with respect to the admissibility or the inadmissibility of passengers or crew from an aircraft or a vessel shall be made solely to the competent authority, which is the Chief Immigration Officer. Mr. Speaker, the question I'm asking the government is perhaps to indicate whether the authority given to the competent authority, in other words, the Chief Immigration Officer, can be exercised by any authority, any other authority within the legislation or within the unit. Because, Mr. Speaker, if this power can only or be exclusively exercised by the competent authority, then we have to now ask, what is the practicality of this? Because you see, Mr. Speaker, we pass a lot of legislation. And I sat on a joint select committee in the 12th Parliament, and that's the reason why I'm asking these questions. And I recall the joint select committee dealing with the issue of unproclaimed legislation. Because we do a lot of work inside of here. And when we pass laws, we expect the establishment to implement those laws, the public service, and those who are charged with the responsibility to operationalize these very critical pieces of legislation. And if we do not do what we have to do to ensure and put the necessary resources to ensure that all of the mechanics are dealt with, then the law remains on the law book, not proclaimed, not operationalized, and all we are doing is saying that we pass laws, we pass bills, and we should pat ourselves on the back. The question I'm asking in the context of this clause that I'm referring to, 5.3, is whether or not the powers and the duties of the competent authority can be exercised when the chief immigration officer is not in a position to exercise the powers outlined in this particular clause. I'm seeing the member for Tabakit has returned, and I assume in wrapping up the debate, he may respond to some of those issues. I'm hoping that he's not seasick before we reach to that point. I'm just saying that he's not seasick. Mr. Speaker, sorry, my colleague from Tabakit is disturbing me. Subclause 4, Mr. Speaker. The competent authority shall carry out all of its activities and responsibilities in a manner consistent with the Data Protection Act. Now, my colleague from Tabakit and Barataria Sanwan spoke on this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I thought I would have heard something about the Data Protection Act, which is very important to the operationalization of this bill. Do we have all of the mechanism, do we have all of the systems and the office holders in place for the full operationalization of the Data Protection Act, which will have a direct impact on this bill? And it falls exactly to the concerns I'm raising with respect to when this bill is passed by this Parliament in the lower and the upper house, whether all of the structures and all of the resources are put in place to ensure that this bill is fully operationalized. And I'm asking the question, whether the Data Commissioner, as espoused under the Data Commission, the Data Protection Act, and all of the necessary systems are in place to fully operationalize the Data Protection Act. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to Clause 6. Very important clause, because it establishes another very important office for the full operationalization of this piece of legislation. Clause 6 establishes the office of the Passenger Information Unit. Again, Mr. Speaker, a unit within the Immigration Division. And let me read for the benefit of the listening and or viewing audience. There is established a unit within the Immigration Department to be known as the Passenger Information Unit, which shall be headed by a director who shall be an immigration officer of senior rank. Now, what is an immigration officer of senior rank? At what rank is the government saying to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to us in the Parliament that will be considered to be a senior rank? Because, for example, you have in the police service members of the 2nd Division Office, and you have the 1st Division Office, and you have different ranks, and Inspector ASP are considered to be mid-level ranks. So the question, therefore, is what is an immigration officer of senior rank? Because the director shall be, according to this clause, an immigration officer of a senior rank, and he shall head the Passenger Information Unit. I'm asking the government to state what rank within the immigration division that you are saying will be considered a senior rank. Mr. Speaker, I realize you're watching the clock. I know. Yeah.
Regular time expires at 4:36, but if you intend to take your 15 minutes, we go to 4:51.
I intend to take my 15 minutes.
Okay, so we will take the tea time now. We'll suspend until 5:15 for tea, which we will return. And member, insofar as your observances of clause 5, can I just suggest you avail yourself of the Carltona principle during the break? Perhaps you might want to change that. Thank you all very much. 5:15 we resume. My recollection is you have 18 minutes more. Well, 6 of regular.
I'll take one more time.
And 21 minutes more.
Thank you very much. 21 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and see if I can truncate my presentation. Yes, truncate. I will try to truncate my presentation, but I will ensure, Mr. Speaker, that all of the important points are made, especially for my friend from Caroni Central, who I know sits and listens attentively. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I try my best to be on my good behavior today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I was on clause 6 of the bill. And clause 6 establishes the passenger information unit to be headed by a director who shall be an immigration officer of senior rank. And the point I was making is that the clause needs to be more specific in terms of the meaning of an immigration officer of senior rank, because someone has to make the appointment, be it the permanent secretary, the minister, the chief immigration officer, and they have to be guided by legislation that makes sense and is very clear. Now, I've heard the member for Tabakit said, and it was repeated by the colleague from Barataria Sanwan, that the bill is model legislation, was received from model legislation from CARICOM, and I understand it. Because when you look at the clauses of the bill, it was clear to me that enough effort was not made to tailor the bill or to draft the bill in such a manner to suit our realities in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm not criticizing in any way, Mr. Speaker, the drafters, because I know the drafters of the CPC department, and I consider them to be very competent, very credible, and perhaps, I dare say, they are among the best in the entire Caribbean. But when you look at this bill, it is very clear that my colleague from Tabakit and Barataria Sanwan did not take the time and did not make the effort to make amendments, even though it is model legislation received from CARICOM, did not make the effort to tailor the bill to suit the realities of our circumstances here in Trinidad and Tobago. I recall sitting on the other side in the 12th Parliament, and whenever these issues come up, my colleagues who were not in the 12th Parliament, but for those who were in the 12th Parliament, like my colleague from Couva South and Caroni Central and Shogunas East, there was a member sitting somewhere where Port of Spain South is sitting, and I think he was the former member for, that's Rodney Charles. What was this? Naparima. And whenever Naparima comes up with these issues in drafting, he will say that is slothful legislation from a slothful government. But I would not say that about the government. All I would say, it speaks to a certain level of incompetence that is embarrassing. Mr. Speaker, 6.1, an immigration officer, who is the director, appointed by the Public Service Commission. And it makes sense, because someone who heads a very important division like the PRU, being responsible for the management of data, for the receipt of very confidential data of the citizens of this country and travelers around the world, it makes absolute sense for someone of this rank to be appointed by the Public Service Commission, because the member for Tabakit and the member for Barataria Sanwan boasted that this legislation is drafted in such a way where there is not political or ministerial interference. But I will show very shortly that that is not the case, because if you look at section or subclause 6.1b, A is saying the director shall be appointed by the Public Service Commission because he or she shall be a senior immigration officer, and I spoke to the issue with respect to that definition. But look at B. Engaged on contract, if, I guess, and I'm assuming, if you don't have a senior immigration officer to be appointed in the position. But B is saying engage on contract by the permanent secretary in accordance with the guidelines on contract employment established by the chief personnel officer for such purpose, and who shall hold office for 3 years but may be eligible for reappointment. Mr. Speaker, it's a contract employment. The Public Service Commission has no authority with respect to the employment of persons on contract. And for some of my colleagues on the other side who has the experience of being ministers, and if they are truthful, they will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that once you are employed on contract by guidelines established by the Chief Personnel Officer, the minister in the ministry has final authorization for the employment of those persons. So in one hand, on the first part of the clause, subclause 6.1, it speaks to the appointment by the Public Service Commission. But then why, at 6.1b, it makes provision for the employment of someone on contract whose authorization on contract will be the line minister? And that is where the poison is, Mr. Speaker. Because they both boasted in their presentation that there will be no ministerial, government, or political interference in the running of these matters. But in the very bill, perhaps they did not go, well, of course they did not go through these provisions. But in the very bill, Mr. Speaker, it speaks to the employment of persons on contract. And when you employ persons on contract, it's the minister that has final authorization on the employment of persons on contract, and in this case, who shall be the director of the PIU. A very dangerous provision, Mr. Speaker. And it goes contrary to what the member for Tabaquit said and the member for Barataria Sanwan. It gets even more interesting. At clause 6.2, Mr. Speaker, the appointment of a deputy director of the PIU, who shall be, again, problems, an immigration officer of senior rank. No definition for what is an immigration officer of senior rank. I'm hoping that there's some kind of elucidation or clarification of what is an immigration officer of senior rank. But at B, it comes back again to a person or a person engaged on contract by the PS or the permanent secretary in accordance with the guidelines on contract employment established by the CPO for such purpose, and who shall hold office for 3 years, but may be eligible for reappointment. Again, Mr. Speaker, the political directorate, the minister, having the power in the bill to appoint a director who shall head the PIU, contrary to what the member for Tabaquit said and the member for Barataria Sanwan. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, it is either they were misled or they did not read the bill before coming to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, as subclause 4, the PIU shall be assisted by persons designated as authorized officers under subsection 5. And the minister, the same bill, Mr. Speaker, that they boasted had no interference or involvement of the minister, but as subclause 4, it stipulates that the minister may designate a police officer, a customs officer, or any other person to be an authorized officer for a specific period and purpose, Mr. Speaker. A police officer, a law enforcement officer, established under the Police Service Act. A customs officer, someone who is appointed under the Customs Act, appointed by the public service in an office in the public service. In this case, the Customs Division. But, Mr. Speaker, who is any other person? Is it a member of Parliament? Is it a councillor? Who is any other person? Because A and B speaks to law enforcement officers, and C speaks to any other person. It means that one of these MPs can take up someone from their constituency office and say, let me appoint you under this section. It is dangerous, Mr. Speaker. And why is the minister having the authority to appoint, because this is strictly operational matters, to appoint persons, police officers, customs officers, and any other person to work within the PIU. Mr. Speaker, I wish the government can show us any piece of legislation in Trinidad and Tobago where a minister has the power to assign police officers, law enforcement officers to work within a unit. This is very dangerous, Mr. Speaker. So it is very clear that my colleague from Tabaquit did not, or perhaps did not see this very important and dangerous provision, and the opposition is saying that it runs contrary to what you have been telling the population in this debate. Who is the other person? Who qualifies to exercise the powers under the PIU in relation to a police officer and a customs officer in this clause? Who is the other person? And that makes it very dangerous. And a minister who is a politician ought not to have the power to assign police officers and customs officers to operate and to function in this very important unit. And that's the very reason I talk about Cambridge Analytica from the start of my presentation. Because, Mr. Speaker, you all could grouse and stoop how much you want. It is on the record. Grouse and stoop how much you want. And it is on the Hansard of no other place but the UK Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because they were involved in politicians to get access to citizens' confidential data to pursue their political objectives, Mr. Speaker. So you could grouse how much you want.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 48.6.
I think in all fairness, he's not making any direct imputation against anyone.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yeah, well,
my friend, you like to sit down too much, Mr. Speaker. He looks for every reason to stand up, Mr. Speaker. Well, good one, try again.
Advisedly reconsider pursuing that yourself.
We put some lagli on his seat, Mr. Speaker, so he can sit comfortably. Mr. Speaker, somehow I feel you want to come down on this side of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I know sometimes it feels lonely on top there, but I know you want to come down in the guile, Mr. Speaker.
Use perhaps another adjective.
Mr. Speaker, it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous, and I'm asking the government to consider this because a minister ought not to have any place or anyone that is a politician to assign police officers and customs officers to work in any unit. As a matter of fact, I want to recommend that the competent authority, who is the chief immigration officer, can collaborate with the Commissioner of Police, can collaborate with the head of Custom Division, or head of any law enforcement agency with respect to the assigning of persons to work in this very important unit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to subclause 5 of that same section. And it says that the PIU shall be equipped with the capacity to operate 24 hours a day. Now remember, Mr. Speaker, that PIU is working and is operating within the Immigration Division. The PIU shall be equipped with the capacity to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with procedures in place to minimize disruption in the event of an emergency, system outage, or failure. Mr. Speaker, I don't consider myself to be a frequent traveler, but we often read of many incidents where, for one reason or the other, immigration officers are not on duty, and it is causing huge inconvenience to members of the traveling community, sometimes for industrial actions and resource constraints, etc. But this provision, and I'm raising those issues, Mr. Speaker, because I said we are accustomed to passing legislation in this Parliament, and many of them remain unproclaimed or not operationalized because effort and resources are not put in place to ensure that they are fully operational, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pointing to this clause as an example as to what we are doing or what the government is doing, because yes, it is expected that your PIU and your competent authority will operate on a 24/7 basis because you have aircrafts and vessels entering into your jurisdiction, and they should be able to treat with matters, exchange of information with their colleagues in the region and internationally where terrorists and serious crimes are concerned. I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that this 24/7 operation, we need to ensure that the resources are put in place to ensure that there is no undue disruption where this matter is concerned. And the minister, and the member for Tabakit, and the member for Sanwan, Barataria Sanwan, who was so busy trying to make Kuchur, Bacchanal, and Mahima in this Parliament, said absolutely nothing about resources because he was concerned about Fitzgerald Hines. I mean, Mr. Speaker, how many times we hear members of the other side talking about a member in the other Parliament sleeping? Well, if his sleeping was disturbing, you go and wake him up. But every time you come in this Parliament, oh, he was sleeping and he was sleeping. What is that about? What is that about? I mean, this is not school. This is not a schoolyard. Not school children. You're a big minister and talking about a man sleeping. Mr. Speaker, let me go to clause 8. The President shall appoint a positively vetted and suitably qualified and experienced individual as the data protection officer to oversee and ensure compliance with this act. Mr. Speaker, again, the president shall appoint. Is the president, well, I'm assuming it is Her Excellency or whoever occupies the office of president, but the president shall appoint. Is the president going to appoint in his or her deliberate judgment? Or is the president going to follow the simple instructions of the cabinet? I'm raising the issue, Mr. Speaker, because it is contrary to what my colleague from Tabakit and Barataria Sanwan said a short while ago. Because the way in which this clause is constructed, once it is drafted in this way, it is the cabinet that makes the appointment. Because if it is the president, it will be very clear and specific that the president shall act in his or her deliberate judgment if on the advice or having consulted with the leader of the opposition and the prime minister. That is not here. So therefore, the impact and the purport of this provision is that even though it says the president, it is really the cabinet that is making the appointment as head of the director of the PIU. Another political act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the 12th Parliament, in ordinary time? In full time? Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm having a good time, Mr. Speaker, to educate the country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is the cabinet that is making the appointment. And if I take you, Mr. Speaker, to the clause in the bill that speaks to the minister making regulations. Mr. Speaker, the minister making regulations again. How? By affirmative resolution, negative resolution? How is the minister making these regulations? So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that the government has to go back and make some amendments. The bill is good, but there are some serious flaws to be addressed, and we hope that they will take on board some of our contribution and improve this bill. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I had not intended to contribute to the debate this afternoon, but a few things prompted me to say just a couple words. One of those things was a statement made by my colleague and friend from Port of Spain South, who started off by, well, in the first part of his contribution, spoke in terms of bandits who were driven out of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I want to give the lie to that. And lie is a parliamentary term. It means what it says, right? It's untrue. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, that bandits were not driven out from Trinidad and Tobago. And that is not in any way, any shape or form, any part of the incentive for us this afternoon to be here with this piece of legislation. The legislation is necessary because of the reasons advanced by my colleague and friend from Tabakit, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I want to tell the House a story about these bandits who were driven out of Trinidad and Tobago. You see, the truth is that what happened is that crime was so rampant in this country for the past decade and some now, that a few of the bandits, a very few of them, and my colleagues, some of my colleagues in this house would know of who I speak. Some of the bandits were so large that they expanded their operations beyond Trinidad and Tobago. What did they do? Trinidad was too small a place for them. So they went to the United Kingdom, as my colleague detailed in his contribution. Now, they expanded into multinational crime. No names, and I want to tell a story this evening. It's late in the evening. Now, I begin by saying everybody knows I am not a coward. Right? But at the same time, I'm not mentioning any names. What I want to say is this, that the background facts were given by my colleague, the Minister of Land and Legal Affairs. It was discovered about 3 to 4 years ago that a notorious gang leader, not a bandit, a gang leader in Trinidad and Tobago, had made his way, not fled, I use my words carefully, had made his way to the United Kingdom. Now, he wasn't driven out of Trinidad and Tobago, as my colleague for Port of Spain South boasted. He left of his own free accord. He was spreading his wings. Now, why do I say that? Because he didn't go to the United Kingdom to hide. He didn't dive under a tree. He didn't go to Hackney Common. He didn't go anywhere that was, difficult to find. Where did he go? He went to Company's house. And where's Company's house? A stone's throw away from Buckingham Palace. Who lives in Buckingham Palace? The king. So we have a bandit, a gang leader from Trinidad, leaving Trinidad and Tobago, going to Buckingham Palace, well, close by, Company House. And what does he do there? He registers a company. Now, when he registers that company in the company registry, now remember, my point of departure is a statement that they had the bandits on the run. So the bandits were on the run. You know where they were running to? Buckingham Palace, to form a company outside the King's Palace, the company registry in Westminster. Now this is where it gets interesting. A member of government, a member of the government of Trinidad and Tobago at the time, a member of the government of Trinidad and Tobago at the time, allowed himself to become a shareholder in the company of the gang leader. Well, whatever address he used, this is a member of government. The story does not end there. It's a member of government at the time, the PNM government. The special branch is contacted because this is a serious matter. the special branch of Trinidad and Tobago is contacted by an agency in England called the Serious Organized Crime Agency. Now, my friends opposite know that as SOCA. I'm not a carnival person. But a lot of my friends opposite, well, they are. So they know it as SOCA. But this is the Serious Organized Crime Agency. They tell their colleagues in Trinidad, listen, all you have a problem. The problem is that a member of your government is in business with a gang leader in our country. That is what a member of the special branch does. Who does he tell it to? Well, who would you go to? He goes to the then Prime Minister. And one would expect that that information going to a Prime Minister, the Prime Minister would behave responsibly. And the first thing the Prime Minister would do, and the reason I say I'm not a coward, is that everything that I say here, I say, I'm very much aware of the privileges of the House. If I lie, I will be suspended. Okay? So I hear comments from Pitt, but you know I don't take one Pitt. So I don't take on Pitt. So I am telling you, the Prime Minister is aware of this, and what does the Prime Minister do? Instead of dealing with the problem, which is that he has a member of his government in business with a gang leader who, my colleague says, fled. But where did he flee to? He went by the Queen, right? Buckingham Palace, Company's House, incorporate a business. He's spreading his wings. That ain't fleeing. He's expanding his enterprise. Now, the Prime Minister then says to his, this is the only possible inference, that the Prime Minister says to his member, fix your business, so that the member then comes off record, not knowing that the British, like my colleague and friend, the member of Legal Affairs, the British have a registry. And in that registry, you have persons who come on, persons who come off, when they come on, when they come off. And it so happens that when he comes off, coincides with when the Prime Minister was told. Now, I leave you to draw your own conclusions. I am not a bright fella, but I mean,
very bright.
The only possible inference that you can draw from that is that he was tipped off. And then when he was tipped off, he tried, amateur hour, he tried to conceal his tracks and to run away. Now, so that takes care, as far as I'm concerned, of the argument that they had the gang leaders on the run. They did not. The gang leaders were expanding their enterprise. They were going to Europe. They were going to Europe in business with government members.
PNM government members.
And I say that on pain of going to the Privileges Committee, which I am terrified. You fellas know how terrified I am of the Privileges Committee. Now, having said that, I want to turn quickly to the bill. So I've dealt with my colleague and friend from Port of Spain South. Now, my colleagues are opposite have raised a number of issues with the legislation here this evening. You would think that this is the first time that Trinidad and Tobago has had an experience with this. It is not. 20 years ago, almost to the day, another bill entitled the Immigration Advance Passenger Information Bill came to this Parliament. At that time, I served as the Attorney General under, of course, the government opposite. Now, this is what, I didn't pilot the bill, but my colleagues said that it was critical, it is timely, and it is necessary. That's what they said at the time. When was that? 2006, 20 years ago. Now, I admit that the bill was introduced just before the ICC Cricket World Cup. And there were a couple driving factors. If you look at the Hansard, you would see that the host agreement for Cricket World Cup said that you had to have free movement of persons between territories. The World Cup was staged in 9 Caribbean territories. And you wanted to have people moving freely from one territory to another. But you also wanted to ensure that when those persons moved, that you knew who they were and that they did not pose a national security risk. Now, the Hansard tells the story. It says inter alia that the bill was to facilitate the pre-screening and immigration and security checks before arrival, which is what this piece of legislation does, of nationals and non-nationals to Trinidad and Tobago. Now, the information to be collected through the system was not limited to information found in the passengers' travel documents, which was sent in advance. It was information on the identification of persons, special branch reports, and the like, persons who had active warrants, deportation orders, subject to intelligence and other information that might identify them as security risks. And this data issue that they have, do you know what the position was then? All the data was to remain where? Not in Trinidad, in CARICOM, whatever that means. That's where it was, in CARICOM. Now, the bill did have a sunset clause. That was in 2006. But, Mr. Speaker, a lot of time has passed since 2006. And what was thought to be extraordinarily careful then is now the norm. So that 20 years since, the world's ICT systems have changed, global travel has evolved dramatically, and along with those revolutions have come increased new threats and insecurity. You have sophisticated terrorists, sophisticated cross-border criminal activity and all manner of identity fraud. They know it. Why do they know it? Well, I don't want to identify anyone. You think that any one of them does not know what I said here this afternoon? The PNMA is a economic entity.
Spell it for them.
They invented the doctrine of the secrecy that underlies the Cosa Nostra. Every single one of them, with the exception of the little fella, I'm sorry, the member for Diego Martin West, the paper man. Okay, that's all I will say about him. But I live in the constituency, and he was paving generously everywhere except in front of my house. I say nothing more than that. He knows of what I speak because I took a photograph of where exactly he was.
The unpaved area.
But he poor fella, he doesn't understand what is going on here. But they all know who I'm speaking about. I didn't mention a single name. They all know the incident. They all know what was said. They all know when it was said, to who it was said, and what consequence followed. All of them know. Now, Mr. Speaker, today we are here with legislation that seeks to protect our borders. We are here with legislation that seeks to ensure that gang leaders do not flee Trinidad and Tobago, as my colleague put it. That gang leaders who attempt to run away from us are snatched whence they go at and returned to sender. Okay? They come straight back. So this legislation is legislation that is forward-looking. It is legislation that is designed to protect our borders, to safeguard all of our citizens. It is designed to streamline the experience of entering and leaving our country, to reduce threats, and all of the risks that cross-border criminal activity carry with it. Now, I want to put the matter in simple terms, and I want to ask my colleagues to understand what I'm speaking about, okay? So that if you are a law-abiding citizen, politician, or former prime minister, you have nothing to worry about. Now, I read some time ago with considerable distress about the plight of a former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, who, as the report put it, might have been taken away from a group of travelers, taken into, my heart bled for him. So he was taken out of a group of travelers, perhaps taken into I feel like weeping. Taken into a back room, his pants might have been taken off. I don't know what took place, but he was not treated well. But do you know what, colleagues? With this legislation, that sort of thing is unlikely. And I hope and I trust that as we pass this legislation here today, we lessen the possibility that persons like him may suffer the indignity of being pulled aside. And I'm not sure if he was strip searched or what exactly took place, but I'm really sorry for him. So, Mr. Speaker, unlike what took place 20 years ago, we are not today preparing for a regional sporting event. We are just catching up to the present. We are preparing for an increasingly digitized and interconnected future. We are ensuring that we have the right mechanisms in place to safeguard our country and to no longer be archaic in our practices. The digital arrival forms will be a major success in this regard. The APIS system is another leap in the right direction, and perhaps, just perhaps, it might make some of our former leaders less angry and less inclined to denigrate grandmothers, older citizens in this country in the way that he has descended to today. And I hand over to my colleague. Thank you.
Member for Rima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I propose just to raise one issue as it relates to this bill, and I don't intend to be very long, but I think it's a very important matter. So as I contribute to this advanced passenger information and passenger name record bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to specifically refer to the issue of the digital arrival forms and really the implementation of this bill. And I'm raising this issue because I can personally testify to some of the challenges that people face as it relates to online registration, online filling out of forms. Now, it's one thing to have the information, it's another thing to be able to fill out online and to comply with all the requirements. Mr. Speaker, we know that whilst a number of us have telephones and laptops and utilize all the modern technology, there are a lot of people, particularly older ones, and those who are not so digitally inclined, where this piece of legislation is going to cause some challenges. And it's a whole question of the adequacy of oversight, data protection safeguards, And Mr. Speaker, I saw where this government is setting up a unit. Now, the question I really want to ask is, when you're moving to a new system, where you are cybersecurity, technology, and all the words that we normally use in various countries. We know that Trinidad and Tobago is one of the countries where the use of mobile phones is probably more than most other Caribbean countries. But as it relates specifically to the issue of technology, digital awareness, and even the requirement that everybody that has to access this particular piece of legislation, who this particular piece of legislation will affect, you must have an email, and basically you must have a little knowledge as to the basics as it relates to how do you, whether it's a website, whether it's whatever it is. And I really simply want to ask the minister, what is being put in place for this transition? Very often we find ourselves when we debate legislation, and yes, we talk about everything, the criminals, the gangs, and all the people who we, you know, it sounds very simple, and yes, it is easy to say that once you put this piece of legislation in place, that, you know, from now the impression is being given that no gangs will be leaving the country and you will share all the information. Yes, that sounds very easy. And if that were the case, a lot of what we see going on globally now in countries that have already had this piece of legislation in place, because if we could think about England as an example, they have had this piece of legislation in place since 2008. And that is the country that they are using for this entire debate to speak about situations as it relates to this particular piece of legislation. So I am not going to, I mean, it's one thing to talk about, you know, political laziness and all of those things. But what is interesting is the Honorable Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs gave the information that meetings were held in January and February and March. The impression with the British High Commissioner and with several persons from Britain. So clearly the process was already in train, and what he would have done is to continue the process. And not only that, to highlight all the various ministers, whether it's Paula Gopi-Schoon at the time, whether it is the former Minister of Energy, whether it's the former Minister of CARICOM Affairs, whether it's the former Minister of National Security, all the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs was saying is the process was fairly well advanced and discussions were taking place. But my focus really is to ask the minister kindly, particularly for the public, just to give a little indication about the implementation. Yes, I know most of us here have traveled and we understand it very easily, but I'm sure that is not the case. I had an example just last week of someone who came to Trinidad in transit, and I was at the airport and actually saw it firsthand, because what we are saying here to a large extent is already in place. It's really putting the legislation out. And it's a question of making sure you have your Wi-Fi, and I saw it personally that even though you have your phone, sometimes it simply doesn't work. But when you go onto the website, it worked. So I'm just saying that once we are going to implement the legislation, let us as a country take a decision that is still important to educate people. Yes, we know what the objective is, and we fully support the objective that you want to deal with the gangs and you want to deal with the criminals, you want to deal with border security, and Trinidad and Tobago wants to be on the same page with everybody. But we also want to make sure that as we put the legislation in place, that we educate the population about it. Because we are debating it here, today, and yes, some of us are using the opportunity to talk about all sorts of things. Nothing to do with the bill, right? But as every single person that has gotten up to speak has made it clear that this is a very important piece of legislation. And at the end of the day, we could see on the newspapers tomorrow all sorts of headlines, but nothing really to educate the population about how this bill is going to be implemented. And very often, the issue of bureaucracy and the lack of customer service is what we don't focus on as a country. And, when I witnessed this incident and I realized that there it was, they were trying to help the person, telling them, oh, your phone not working, oh, you don't have Wi-Fi, all sorts of things. And you realize that there was some kind of alternative that could have been used. So whilst we could spend all the time and talking about situations, England, who government minister and who this, we're still coming down to wanting to ensure that when we pass the bill, it is implemented. Because there are many other countries, who are way, way far advanced than us in terms of technology. Virtually everywhere you go, there's Wi-Fi. Whether there's a kiosk, all of that. We haven't quite gotten there as yet. So whilst we want to celebrate and say, yes, you have passed the legislation and who didn't pass it, you also want to put things in place that is not just the gangs and the criminals you're dealing with, but you're also realizing that every single individual is affected by the passage of this bill. That's the whole point. So, Minister, I'm just asking you a simple question. That's all my contribution is, because I am telling you, I witnessed it myself.
Oh, shut up.
I am not going to be distracted because I have indicated that we are supporting the bill and I'm making sure my contribution makes sense and not being distracted. Right? I'm not here to bust no mark like other people because it ain't helping. Right? Because people could talk about not being a coward. If you're not being a coward, call names.
Okay, let's cut out the crosstalk. It's counterproductive.
Right.
Didn't you just hear me say, you seem to like to be admonished?
Mr. Speaker, I am just saying that the important thing, the Immigration Division therefore must possess sufficient technical capacity, cybersecurity, infrastructure, and trained personnel to manage the system effectively. I want the Minister to also give us an idea, therefore, what is the readiness of the government to implement this piece of legislation? It's nice for us to talk about what the objective of the legislation, but let us get an idea. Is there some kind of budgetary allocation? What is the cyber security protection? Okay, could you tell us the training for the staff? One of the other issues that I encountered is the issue of the language barrier. Because when you come in to Trinidad or even when you're leaving, you have Chinese, you have Spanish, you have all of that. Mr. Speaker, I will speak to you because I realize, he talked just now about taking a drink, and I think that's probably what he needs to do to be quiet. Yes.
Drink before you come.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so I just would like the Minister, when he's winding up, to just address the number of issues that I have raised so that the public could be comfortable that, yes, you have made the decision, you are going to implement it, this is what it's going to cost. Yes, you might have teething problems. Give us an estimated idea, probably 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, so the public will know it will take a little time before it operates smoothly. And at the end of the day, we can all say that this is a piece of legislation, not only that we support it, but that we recognize is important for security for Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Wallace West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to speak on the Advantage Passenger Information System Bill, commonly known as APIS. I also want to wish Kuva North a happy birthday today. I also want to say that for some of the members on the other side, if they utter the words that they utter inside of here and they utter it outside, they could be sued. One of the most important security laws to come before this honorable House. I do this with urgency and conviction. I want to thank the Honorable Minister Sobers for his detailed presentation. I intend to build on it. Drawing on evidence, global examples, and lived experience of our people, this is not party politics. Crime does not distinguish between government and the opposition. This bill protects all citizens. Mr. Speaker, every day aircraft land in Piarco and in Crown Point carrying hundreds of passengers from across the world. Most are families, students, tourists, and business travelers, but not all of them. Among the hundreds, some may be known criminals, gang members, traffickers, and money launderers. People flagged by security agencies in other countries who are ready to share that information. If only we had a system to receive it in time. In time, Mr. Speaker, in time. Mr. Speaker, those two words are the heart of this entire debate. Right now, we often find out who is on those planes after they have already landed, passed through arrivals, and walked into the country. We are reacting. And with organized crime, reaction is almost always too late. This bill changes that, and it moves us from reaction to prevention. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime has shown that transnational organized crime is one of the most dangerous forces in the modern world. These are not loose local gangs. These are structured criminal networks that span continents, laundering money, trafficking people, moving drugs from South America to Europe through the Caribbean. The Caribbean sits at a strategic crossroads. Our geography places us directly between cocaine-producing nations in South America and consumer markets in North America and Europe. Our airports are not incidental to the drug trade. They are essential to it. These criminal networks travel through multiple countries to hide where they came from and where they are going. They use women and elderly people as couriers to avoid being profiled. They travel on multiple passports. The question before us is simple. Are we going to give our law enforcement the tools to face this threat, or send them into a modern battlefield with old equipment? Mr. Speaker, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, has set clear binding standards for how member states must manage passenger information. ICAO Annex 9 requires all member states to implement advanced passenger information systems. This is not optional, as a member of the ICAO, Trinidad and Tobago is obligated to comply. Countries like the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom, Australia, and the European Union have all built strong APIS systems. The results are clear. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency reports thousands of criminal interdictions every year. The EU's passenger name record rules have helped break up tourist networks, trafficking rings, and organized crime groups. Our neighborhoods in the region have also moved forward. Jamaica has strengthened its borders. Barbados has invested in pre-arrival data tools. Guyana is modernizing as its economy grows. The bill is our answer, and the answer must be yes.
Yes.
For the citizens of this country, this debate is not about global standards or data design. It is about whether their children are safe, whether our children are safe, whether they can walk through a shopping mall without fear, whether their communities have been taken back from criminal enterprises. There is documented intelligence showing that gangs in Trinidad and Tobago have direct ties to criminal networks overseas. Those ties are maintained through travel. Operatives move, money moves, weapons move. They move through airports. We have already seen, and this is public record, individuals linked to organized crime being stopped at Piaco where proper pre-intelligence exists. These are not isolated cases. They are proof that when we have information, we can act. The question is, why don't we always have it? Because our system is inadequate. The bill is the solution. Mr. Speaker, privacy concerns have been raised about this bill. They deserve a serious response, not a dismissive one. Does the system treat travelers as suspects? No. It screens for risks. There is a real difference. Metal detectors, custom declarations, document checks. These are all forms of screening. None of them mean you are accusing anyone of anything. APIS works on the same principle, but at the information level. Could it be misused? This is a fair concern. Any data system can, in principle, be misused. The right answer is not to refuse to build a system. It is to build strong oversight, clear data retention limits, strict access controls, a real accountability into the law. That is exactly what this bill does. The oversight rules are meaningful, not just words on paper. The citizens of this country are not theoretical figures in this debate. They are real people living with the consequences of organized crime. They have privacy interests, yes, but they also have safety interests. A properly governed APIS system serves their safety without meaningfully harming their privacy. Mr. Speaker, I myself have been a victim of crime in 2013 when my house was firebombed on an alleged gang leader in retaliation of the fight against the diesel racket. You all would remember, I ran out of my house in my underwear carrying my 5-year-old child in my hand. So I know how it feels to be targeted for death. Mr. Speaker, good legislation poorly carried out is worse than no legislation at all. The success of this bill in practice will depend on technology, trained staff, agency cooperation, international agreements, real oversight. And we want to be all committed to that. The relevant parliamentary committee must have genuine access to operational data. We are a nation that values openness. A trading nation, a creative nation, a nation of people who move to study, to work, to connect, to explore. We celebrate diversity. We welcome visitors. We want the world to want to come to us. None of that is in conflict with this bill. In fact, a safer Trinidad and Tobago is a more open Trinidad and Tobago. Countries with strongest border security systems are also, by large, the most open and free societies. They have earned the right to be open by showing that they can manage the risk that openness carries. The bill does not create a fortress state or a surveillance society. It builds a confident, properly governed nation that can say to the world, "Come, we welcome you." But we know who you are. And to those who would come here and exploit us, traffic our people, or flood our communities with drugs, the bill says something different. We see you, we have seen you before you arrive, and we will act accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken about global standards, criminal networks, how the system works, why our current framework fails, and how we must implement this bill properly. But let me close with something simpler. Let me close with a mother in Mova who watched her son bury his childhood friend last year. The shopkeeper in San Fernando who has been robbed twice and wonders whether to close his doors. A young woman being trafficked across criminal networks, moving across borders, found too few barriers to their operations. For those citizens, this is not just theory. Every gap in our border security is not an administrative failure. It is a wound, a life changed, or a life taken, a family shattered. We owe it to every one of those citizens to do everything within our power, within our legal framework, within our constitutional duty to protect them. This bill is part of that. Not all of it, but it is critical. Long overdue. Long overdue from the other side not passing it. We have seen what happens when early action is taken. We have the numbers. We have the evidence. We have the proof. Now we must have the will to modernize, the will to meet the global standards, the will to say to criminals, not here, not under our watch, not through our borders. The people of Trinidad and Tobago sent us here to protect them. This bill does that. Mr. Speaker, I stand firmly, without hesitation, and with every conviction I possess, in support of this bill, in support of modern, effective, intelligence-led border security, in support of the men and women of our security forces who need better tools, in support of every citizen who deserves to live in safety and dignity, in support of Trinidad and Tobago, in support of our Prime Minister, in support of our government. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, can I just express my congratulations to the member for Chaguanas West. This is his maiden speech. I'll ask all members join in the traditional congratulatory manner. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot has already been said on this particular bill, and members opposite have already essentially indicated that they intend to support. There were a couple of things that they wanted clarification on. I will lump all of them essentially in together as one, so as to be economical with time. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister always said imitation essentially is the best form of flattery. And a lot of what has been said on the other side speaks to whether or not we would be able to operationalize this piece of legislation, how we intend to operationalize this piece of legislation, what is the cost, what we're going to do here, what we're going to do there, what we're going to do elsewhere. And it sounded to me as if I was listening to the UNC when we were in opposition and we were criticizing the then government that many of the pieces of legislation that they brought to the Parliament, they could never operationalize. we sat there for a number of years criticizing the previous administration because they brought legislation for anti-gang. The former Attorney General stood and said he knew where every single gang member was. And if we pass the legislation today, he's locking up everybody. Nothing happened. I was in the Senate for a period of time, and we had the DNA regulations that we were dealing with. And he also spoke then illustriously about the situation and said he had over 1,000 kits, DNA kits, on the port. And as soon as this was passed, those kits would be utilized. Years after, where are we today? So in terms of, and that is what the PNM stands for, promises never materializing. But under the UNC administration, trust me, we know how to operationalize legislation. We know how to make promises and to keep them. And this particular piece of legislation that we will pass, we intend to ensure that it is operational as soon as we get it passed. There was one point that was made by the member of Aruka Lopino, which I was a bit surprised about, knowing that he was a former Minister of National Security, albeit for a very, very, very short period of time. He inquired about the ranks of senior immigration officers. What does that mean? As far as I know, in terms of practicing immigration law, you have persons who hold the rank of immigration officers 4 and 3, and they are considered senior. They are the ones charged with certain responsibilities at the airport in terms of giving extensions, in terms of conducting investigations, in terms of illegal persons and whatnot. So obviously, in terms of the seniority, those are the persons that we would be speaking about. I expected, as a former Minister of National Security, he would have been aware of that. In any event, well, that is the position. And moving on, Mr. Speaker, there were some issues that I would touch on very, very briefly that the opposition, the Honourable Opposition Leader, the member Jeremie, raised. Just to correct the record, the Honourable Member, as far as I had it written down, the Honourable Member indicated essentially that we touted the bill as dealing with issues related to the United Kingdom coming to us and saying, listen, there are so many asylum seekers coming to the UK from Trinidad and Tobago, and you've not plugged the gap. And that the UK has a system already that is there, and essentially it was not working. Well, that is what I understood it to mean. But if you didn't say that, well, what I would like to see is that the UK system is actually working. And then in any event, in terms of the meetings that I called out that were had with the former members of the government, nothing materialized from those meetings. And that is on the record, and that is the reason why, as soon as we got into administration on May the 7th, a mere couple days after winning the election, myself, the Minister of Homeland Security, and the Minister of Defense had a meeting with the High Commissioner, and we got to work immediately. So there is no continuation of any work that was done before. There is new work that has started and work that will progress. And all of the waste of time and old talk that was being done before, the UK recognizes that trying to be under this administration is serious, and we will deliver. In terms of educational rollout, as the Honourable Member very much spoke about, yes, just as we've done before, and we put out new systems and software, we will provide the public with relevant information as to how to integrate seamlessly with those systems. And in terms of costs, as it pertains to the system in and of itself, I'm reliably advised by the Minister of Homeland Security that the Ministry of Homeland Security has been engaging several different governments. They have also dealt with several different organizations who are very familiar, Ukura, with this type of system. And essentially, what they've procured is a system that will bear no upfront cost to the government. This is being implemented through a concessional model. The system is financed, built, and operated without placing pressure on the Treasury. And so it will strengthen national security without burdening taxpayers, which is something that the PNM is all too well aware of in terms of burdening taxpayers. And, Mr. Speaker, honestly, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Immigration Advanced Passenger Information Act to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage and regulation of advanced passenger information and the passenger name record in respect of persons travelling to, departing from and transmitting through Trinidad and Tobago, and to operationalize the CARICOM Advanced Passenger Information System and other related matters be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Immigration Advanced Passenger Information Act to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons travelling to, departing from and transiting through Trinidad and Tobago, and to operationalize the CARICOM Advanced Passenger Information System and other related matters.
Honourable Minister for CARICOM and Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68.1, I beg to move that the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered by clause. Those in favour say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House shall now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clauses 1 to 6.
The question is that clauses 1 to 6 stand part of the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Attorney General, clause 5, that's the Minister may designate police officer, custom officer, and any other person to be an authorized officer for a specific period and purpose. How is that designation to be made? Minister, just wondering if the clause needs to be more specific in terms of how that designation ought to take place.
Honorable Attorney General.
Just a second. The officer is an officer under 5.5. The competent authority shall carry out all of the activities. This is for the activities and responsibilities in manner consistent with so and so. Where the PIU is not operational, the competent authority shall process API and PNR data and shall. ABC. The competent authority is the Chief Immigration Officer, so it can't be a council or anything like that.
The question is, the minister may designate police or customs. The question is, how is that designation to be made in the provision? How?
How is the designation to be made?
Yes. Is it by an instrument? Is it by
clause? Is it 5.5 or 6.5 you're referring to? The designation, the ministerial designation is contained in 6.5. Okay.
6.5. I'm sorry. Sorry, AG. 6.5.
So this should be use them generous, right? Right. Okay, so if you turn with me to clause 6.4.
6.4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The PIU shall be assisted by persons designated as authorized officers under subsection 5, which is the next section.
Mm-hmm.
The minister may designate, this is the clause that allows him to designate. A is a police officer, B is a customs officer, so those are clear.
Yeah.
And then there's or, C, any other person. That has to be used them generous with A and B. And it is qualified in the sentence that follows to be an authorized officer for a specific period and purpose. So again, it can't be a counselor. That would be a perverse exercise of our power.
So I'm assuming, AG, that the designation by the minister would effectively be an authorization by the minister for police, customs, or any person to function in that unit?
Any other person under 4.
I know
certainly cannot be a counselor. I mean, that would be ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
It's the examples you have in the legislation would be police officer, customs officer, or any other person.
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't want to belabor the point too much, AG. We have some other things to deal with. It's just how that designation is to be made. I'm just looking at it simply from an operationalization perspective, so that there's no, issue in terms of how this provision is to be operationalized.
Well, the designation is not an appointment. It is a designation which, in the language of 4, is made to assist. The PIU shall be assisted by.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that helps.
Okay. And any person, who is that? What is the provision expected? Who you're expecting to be impacted by this provision? Is it any other person? Is it a law enforcement person or just a person on contract?
It certainly is not a councillor, which is, I think, the language that you use during the course of the debate.
Any person means, but you know what I mean.
Okay. So any other person does not mean a person from the street. It means this is an accepted way of drafting legislation. You don't capture exactly where you are at this point in time. The law is always speaking, and
it's based on the counter-trafficking.
exactly, it's based on an identical provision in the counter-trafficking.
For the counter-trafficking unit. And the trafficking in persons.
It's based on a form of words which we use in the counter-trafficking unit.
That's it. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that clauses 1 to 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 6 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 7.
The question is that clause 7 stand part of the bill. Port of Spain South.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have submitted, relative to this, a proposed amendment that would augment that clause and include a new paragraph G, which would read as follows: be subject to oversight by an independent supervisory authority, which shall conduct audits of its operation report annually to the Parliament. Mr. Chairman, I am aware of clause 34.1, which provides that an individual shall have the same rights to the protection of his data in any API or PNR, including the right to be informed of right to access. So I'm acutely aware of that section, but I'm not comforted by that section because I don't think it covers the concept of a supervisory authority and the audit, and particularly the annual reporting to Parliament. So that is the rationale for my respectful suggestion for the inclusion of this as an addition to the section.
Thank you.
The question is that clause 7 be amended. Honourable Attorney General.
Chair, I thank the member for the draft. I'd like to carry him to clause 8 on page 19. If you look at 8 sub 4, it provides that the DPO, Data Protection Officer, shall operate independently in performing his duties free from any conflicts of interest, and for this purpose shall have access to the competent authority in the highest levels of management within the Immigration Department. What we say is that that includes the PIU, so that the DPO is the one who provides the independent oversight. Now, if you go up a bit to 8.
Is it? Maybe I'm reading the wrong. My page 19 has clause 13 on it. Page 14.
Clause 8.
It's clause. Okay,
Yeah.
so the clause 8.
That's on page 14. Yes.
Okay, it's on page 19 of mine. But
he's using the.
Are you with me?
I'm on page 14. I'm on clause 8.
Okay, so 8.4.
Yes.
If you perhaps could begin at 8.1. The President shall appoint a positively vetted and suitably qualified and experienced individual as the Data Protection Officer. To do what? To oversee and ensure compliance with the Act.
Understood.
And if you go down a bit to 8.4, the DPO shall operate independently in performing his duties free from. We say that that captures it, and that the amendment as well-intentioned as it is not necessary. That's our position.
May I just respectfully inquire through you, Chair, if any of those subsections includes the undertaking to report annually to the Parliament? Maybe we can sever it and at least have that included.
Okay, if you go on that, the provision of periodic reports.
Yes, I have it.
You go up a bit. So I'm not going on page numbers again. The same clause 8.
Section.
Referring to JNK.
J provides to prepare periodic reports on data protection activities, incidents, so on, so on, so.
Yes.
And K provide national oversight for the protection of API. So we say that it's adequately covered.
Can I then, may I suggest, Honorable Attorney General, that under J&K, we just put to the Parliament?
No, we don't think it's necessary. We think the clause is clear enough. I want to thank you for the very helpful suggestion. I just don't think it's necessary.
Okay. Shall I?
I have nothing further.
Okay. Propose to put the question. The question is that clause 7 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I didn't. No. All right. The proposed amendment having been rejected, I propose to put the original question, the original clause. The question is that clause 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 8 to 14.
The question is that clauses 8 to 14 stand part of the bill. Aruka Lupino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Attorney General, clause 13, 8. Clause 13.8. The storage, processing, and analysis of API and PNR data shall be carried out exclusively within a secure location or locations within Trinidad and Tobago as designated by the Minister. My question is that should we not state from a drafting perspective, AG, that the designation should be by an order?
Honorable Attorney General.
Sorry, if we were to publicize this by order, I think there's a national security risk. So, as designated by, we think for this piece of legislation is appropriate.
So you think if you insert by order, it can be a national security risk?
That it's publicized everywhere.
Yeah, it's publicized. Yeah.
Of course. It comes to the Parliament and you have a peep at it.
Right. No, but I understand, and the point is taken on that. But it's just that how, for the Minister to exercise that authority under this provision in terms of designating these databases as approved, there must be a process by which it is done.
Minister, you would have sat in the chair and you know that a number of things are done by departmental orders. Those aren't published. So this is a designation.
No, the point is taken, AG. It is just that what is the process? I'm asking because someone can say,
well, I think
this is not a designation because you have not done.
I'll explain the process. You need a pen and a piece of paper.
I mean, let's not be facetious.
No, I'm not being facetious.
Yeah.
That's how you designate something.
AG, you don't designate something by a pen and paper. There's a process in law, AG. There's an instrument, and that is the reason why I'm asking the question, so as to tighten what might be a potentially weak point in the legislation. So what we are doing is, I'm not saying that you should agree or not agree. You know,
okay,
but the process here is to ensure that the final product, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. We have to make sure that we improve the draft. And it's simple as that.
I understand, but we're unable to agree as a matter of policy that this should be by way of a prescription.
Okay, fine, that's fine.
So that it has to be by way of a designation.
Okay. Yes.
Pen and paper.
The question is that clauses 8 to 14 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Any against? Clauses 8 to 14 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 15.
The question is that clause 15 stand part of the bill. Port of Spain South.
Chairman, the suggestion is there. I am partially comforted by the same section I read before, which is clause 34. And I have noted that there is no ouster clause. I just leave it ex abundante courtesy that we leave it in, but I will not press it because I know section 34 is there, which preserves all the rights under the Data Protection Act.
Right. And you would also know the Privy Council recently gave a judgment on access.
An ouster clause, and it will not oust a clause without an ouster clause.
Except by specific, clear words expressed in the legislative framework, right?
So I think that my fears here can be addressed.
All right. So I need not put the amendment
you
to
need
the
not put
House.
that amendment in clause 15.
I'm advised by the clerk that perhaps the more tidy process will prevail on you to withdraw the amendment, the proposed
I will
amendment.
withdraw this amendment.
Thank you. Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. General 15.2. The Minister shall approve national, regional, and international databases to be used to conduct screenings, regional and international. Again, the Minister in Trinidad and Tobago being given the power to approve databases outside of Trinidad and Tobago. The question is, how is that to be exercised under this provision?
I'm sorry,
Sorry, 15.2.
15.2.
Yeah.
So you're not on the clauses, the subject of the written amendment, proposed amendment.
No, I'm asking.
The amendment has been, the proposed amendment has been withdrawn.
You have a question on 15.2?
Yeah.
Similar to the point that we discussed a second ago, we think that this, as a matter of policy, should also be done administratively and not be the subject of any sort of prescription order.
I propose to put the question. The question is that clause 15 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Clause 15 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 16.
The question is that clause 16 stand part of the bill. Port of Spain South.
Chairman, I see that there's an attempt, and I don't think it's an adequate attempt, respectfully, to deal with the reciprocity of comity of the transferee, the recipient of the data, and it seems to say that any conflict between the laws, if the receiving body has lower protection levels of management than us, it shall be resolved prior to. May I suggest a more robust approach, bearing in mind, Chairman, the sensitivity of the data that may be transmitted, that it be replaced by no personal data shall be transferred to a foreign state unless that state maintains data protection standards equivalent to those under the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, or adequate safeguards are established by binding agreement. In any event, Chairman, the rationale for having any resolution will either be A or B of my suggestion. So could we not be more clear and robust by deleting and removing that section, subsection 2, and including a clearer clause and a more robust clause that will protect the data that we transmit onwards to other states. And once it's sent, Chairman, you know, once you press send on a WhatsApp, that's it, you know. May I suggest that, please? That we have a more robust clause.
Honorable Attorney General.
Again, I want to thank the member for the suggestion. We think that if you skip down from 16.2 to 16.4, 16.4 is the clause which is headed appropriate safeguards. And we think that the safeguards which are listed in that clause are adequate and sufficient to meet the requirements of proper process. So, as a matter of policy, we are unable to agree with you.
But
we thank you.
Honorable Attorney General, no, don't do that, please. I want to say something. So you are welcome. I appreciate, but please. Maybe for the economy of space, what you're trying to achieve at 4 and 3, you can achieve by just having it as 1. All of the appropriate measures A to D would be unnecessary if you take a recess and just consider our respectful suggestion at 2. It covers everything that is contained in 4A to D.
We don't agree. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right.
I have nothing further to add.
I was tempted to say something, but I'll just put the question. The question is that clause 16 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. All right, the ayes have it. All right, the proposed amendment having been rejected. No? The noes have it, sir. The proposed amendment having been rejected, I propose to put the question. The question is that clause 15 stand part of the bill. 16, sorry. Thank you very much. Stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 17 to 20.
The question is that clauses 17 to 20 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 17 to 20 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 to 20 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 21.
The question is that clause 21 stand part of the bill. What is plain south?
Chairman, it is our suggestion that after subclause 2, that we insert a subclause 3, which would read, where advanced passenger information or passenger name record data is retained beyond 7 years, Such retention shall require prior authorization by a judge of the High Court, supported by written reasons demonstrating necessity and proportionality. The rationale for that, Chairman, is we have no objections for the retention for the 7-year period. That is reasonable and proportionate. But we say, if you go beyond that, even in light of Section 34, which provides normal protection, that this will have the oversight of the court in keeping with the case of Felix and the dicta that I have enunciated before. That is the rationale for my respectful suggestion.
Honorable Attorney General.
We don't think that we get as far as the court to treat with this. If you look at Section 21, provides that on the expiry of the data retention period, the API data shall be deleted from each database in which it was stored, except if needed in connection with a specific case, a threat or a risk identified as being related to terrorism, serious crime, or border security. So again, thank you for the comment. Thank you for the suggestion, but we're unable to accept.
Chairman, I can add nothing further.
So the question is that clause 21 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. The proposed amendment having been rejected, I propose to put the question that clause 21 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. All right, clause 21 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 22 to 28.
The question is that clauses 22 to 28 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 22 to 28 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 22 to 28 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 29.
The question is clause 29 stand part of the bill.
Chairman, again, the rationale for this suggested amendment is in the same vein as the one that was suggested before.
As such, no need to repeat.
I don't need to repeat the reason for it, just to hear the response from the Honourable Attorney.
Economy of time. Honourable Attorney General.
Economy of time. No change.
Thank you very much. I think that neatly disposes of that. The question is that clause 29 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. The proposed amendment having been rejected. The question is that clause 29 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 30 to 43.
The question is that clauses 30 to 43 now stand part of the bill. Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Attorney General. 43(1) AG, the Minister may make regulations to give effect to this Act. Are those regulations to be promulgated via affirmative resolution of Parliament by order or negative resolution?
Thank you. That's a useful suggestion.
So you say all the others wasn't useful?
I leave you to draw your own conclusions. What we'd like to take some time. We'll pass the law as is. When we go up to the Senate, we will decide on what, as a matter of policy, we should do.
So we'll consider a possible amendment there.
We will consider a possible amendment. Either
it must be stipulated. Once it's regulations, it must be stipulated.
Of course.
Yeah.
It must be either negative or affirmative. So, I'm sure that we want to make a decision. So, useful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, H.
Well, Luca Lopino, I see you breathing an obvious sigh of relief there. So we could put the question now. Yes. Okay, the question is that clauses 30 to 43 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 30 to 43 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 44 to 46.
The question is that clauses 44 to 46 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 44 to 46 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Clauses 44 to 46 now stand part of the bill.
Schedules 1 to 8.
The question is that schedules 1 to 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. Schedules 1 to 8 inclusive now stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the House. That's it, right, Fisher? Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Honourable Minister.
I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Immigration Advanced Passenger Information Act to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from, and transiting through Trinidad and Tobago, and to operationalize the CARICOM Advanced Passenger Information System and other related matters be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Immigration Advanced Passenger Information Act to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from, and transiting through Trinidad and Tobago, and to operationalize the CARICOM Advanced Passenger Information System and other related matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Division having been called for, we will take the division.
Mr. Padarath?
Yes.
Mrs. Prasad Visesa?
Yes.
Mr. Tanku?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Dr. Munilal?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Hosein?
Aye.
Ms. Amin?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Ms. Mohit?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Dr. Bodo?
Yes.
Dr. Dowlat?
Yes.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Ms. Benjamin?
Yes.
Mr. Sobels?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan?
Yes.
Mr. Kisa?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mrs. Sam?
Yes.
Mr. Narayan Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Roop Narayan?
Yes.
Dr. Gosine?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzales?
Yes.
Mrs. Beckles-Robinson?
Yes.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Scotland?
Aye.
Mr. De Nobrega?
Aye.
Mr. Manning?
Aye.
Mr. Devines?
Yes.
Mr. Birchwood?
Yes.
Mr. Romaine?
Yes.
37.
Honorable members, the results of the division is that 37 members voted for, none against, and there were 0 abstentions.
A bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Immigration Advanced Passenger Info Act to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from, and transiting through Trinidad and Tobago, and to operationalize the CARICOM Advanced Passenger Information System and other related matters.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, April 17th at 1:30 p.m. The government will pursue the Appropriation of Offenders Amendment Bill 2026, and we also serve notice that we may pursue other matters to which we will advise the Chief Whip for the opposition bench.
1:30. Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, April 17th at 1:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, 17th April at 1:30 p.m. Good night, everyone.